for the day 3 for the eliminations for the Honor of Kings 5v5. Would you look at that? My name is Sal and this is your body caster Vince G. What is up in the house?
Excited to be part of this tournament, this event, and this is going to be huge because Honor of Kings, they just released themselves globally, right? Like last week, and now we're getting a lot of tournaments, and with the help of Bfstv, we're getting one, and this means teams are gonna be established. I mean, talking about the bigger leagues, some of the grassroots team here are gonna try to, establish themselves in the scene. So with the help of this platform, with this tournament, they're gonna be letting their name known out there.
Actually, I agree with that, Vince, because for the past few days that we have here for the Battle for Supremacy and the Reign Supreme of Honor of Kings, players right here already proved their worth on how they can proceed for the next rounds. It's gonna be the day 3 right here and right now. Who are gonna be the teams that are gonna be competing here for the day 3? And I'm actually very excited for this one, Vince G, because I got some info that there's gonna be like Blacklist or Execration. Like big teams are gonna be playing here, but I don't know if they're gonna be playing on the day 3 though.
Well, we're talking about big teams, big organization, but of course, in Honor of Kings, they're quite relatively new. So it's kind of like an even playing field for each and every one. They're getting their hands on this game, and each and every one of them are trying to make a name for themselves. They're bringing out big names, they're bringing out big organizations with their banner. So the question is, are they up for the challenge? Are they up to represent their team into winning this tournament? And that is what we are going to find out, because this game is going to be a really tough one, because if you're talking about big names, if you're talking about underdogs, they're right here.
Yeah, talking about talking about underdogs, Vince G, because we actually have mostly of our teams are from Southeast Asia. It's gonna be mostly Philippines, Indonesia, India. We're gonna be having our matches right here, which is the Immortals versus NOIHARA Esport for the match 1, and match 2 is gonna be KAZOKU Indonesia versus CES Indonesia. We're gonna be match 3 is gonna be Extraction PH versus RAYET Esports. Again, for the match 4, it's KIDLAT Esports. KIDLAT. Boom, boom. It's going to be a KIDLAT Esports. See, it's going to be Blacklist International for the day 3. Would you look at a big shout out to Blacklist? I mean, tier 1. Then we're going to be having some, I think this is Korea. It's going to be Ignition KH. Going to be Indonesia Dragon Ocean for the match 6. Match 5. Match 7 is going to be Myanmar IPK or Malaysia. IPK, the Indonesia DEATHWATCH division. For Team PH again, it's gonna be 2 teams: AXG NEXGEN versus Team Manila. AXG Revitalize versus Myanmar ZINO ESPORT. Would you look at that, Vince G? We have amazing lineups right here for the day 3 of the eliminations for Honor of Kings. I'm very excited because we actually have so many teams, especially in the Philippines, in Indonesia. It's gonna be the battle for the Asia right here, but we're still gonna see, because this is the day 3 of the eliminations. See you guys on July 1 for the quarterfinals.
So this is gonna be exciting, no doubt about that. We're talking about 6 teams that is going to play here today, 6 Filipino teams to be exact, but of course we also have team from Indonesia, from Myanmar. India actually has the representative. 1 Malaysian team is gonna play today. A Cambodian team is gonna be there. So we have to look forward to these teams. We have to look forward on who is going to make a name out of themselves here tonight. So they are gonna prove themselves that they're the better team here in Southeast Asia, and we are so thrilled and excited that we're gonna be bringing you the action here non-stop, because we're talking about 8 matches, best of 1, and whoever wins here, probably we're gonna be seeing them in July 1, correct?
Correct. In July 1 is gonna be the quarterfinals. We're going to be moving into semifinals, gonna be finals. So, but we're still gonna see, because we had like what, Vince G, in this tournament we have 64 teams that registered here. Now the day 3 is right here and ongoing. The list just keeps going shorter and shorter, and those are gonna be the teams that are gonna be competing for the Honor of Kings.
Okay, the draft is on the way, ladies and gentlemen. We can see right now that they're picking, their heroes. Seems like they're going for the popular picks, removing the annoying ones. Marksman right off the bat for the side of Immortals, they're gonna be crippling the marksman lineup of NOIHARA, but that means it's gonna open up something. They're gonna be going for the durable guy, Byron, together with Zhang Fei, and of course another marksman in the farm lane that is gonna be Consort Yu. So they're gonna be trying to match that up with a one-shot guy, Shou Yue, another stealthy assassin, Butterfly, and we have here the spinning guy, Liu Shan. So I'm kind of invested in this game actually.
I actually believe that because Vinci, about MOBA, you know, this is what is unique about Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings is a very fast-paced game, you know? In just a matter of like 3 minutes, the Overlord and the Tyrant is already out. The Azure Golems and the Crimson buffs are going to be available for these players. So having a advantage for their objectives, they're going to be taken in a very quite early game because there are going to be some strategies where you can take what? A matter of 2 smites, so you can secure objectives. You're going to have a team of flashes with Frenzy to go for a full-on clash for the clash lane. It still depends on how we can determine these players, how they can really turn the tables around, because you know, in Honor of Kings, it is all about the advantage that you can take. Itemization is a must, great investments of the equipments.
Well, talking about the items, you need to farm, and now I'm kind of like invested in the Gao mid pick here. That means they're gonna be partnering up with a Lady Zen. Actually, Gao is kind of like a painful mage mid hero, but of course, one of the bad things about the mages is that they're quite squishy. And another squishy hero here is that Lady Zen, brought to you by Astra Mew. Probably this is gonna be a battle. They need actually to at least go par or go in par, clear us those minion lanes fast, and then go rotate, help up the other lanes in terms of like picking up some good early kills, take some objectives. So mid heroes are gonna be a key somehow into, you know, getting all those early rotations on point, creating those assists, or somehow bursting them if they can.
I actually agree with that, Vinci. And actually having the rotations coming in, would you like suggest for the MOBA right now, it's gonna be like a full-on funneling system, going for the rotation?
I mean, it seems like after somehow they got their objectives. I mean, I can see the usual stuff. Supports, roams, are gonna help out mid lane, and then go towards the farm lane to at least aid those guys, because the farm lanes are quite in need of like babysitting. So the junglers can do their stuff. They can like go clear up some buffs, clear the jungle out. One thing that they have to watch out for is the invasion, because even though that they are trying to nerf it up and try to at least apply a debuff to the invading team, that means they're gonna have their damage reduced, they're gonna have their stats reduced, but they don't even care. The most important part of this game is to at least clear the jungle camps and then try to cripple out the economy of the jungle, and that means it's gonna take a toll onto the team actually.
Actually, that is true, because having a economy lead, you know, a bigger economy lead advantage in the early stages of the match, you're gonna be having a quite good investment of the itemization. Talking about itemization, yeah, I actually agree with Vince G what said. You're gonna be going for a farm situation. The Spirit is gonna be heading over for the Immortals, now having like a 2.5, but for NOIHARA Esport they have like 2.9. Hundreds of difference for the disparity of the economy lead.
Now I'm kind of quite invested here. So that means Lady Zen here has that step forward, but we can see Gao, he's not even hesitating, you know. Even with the flowing side bouncing left and right, he's not even scared. But for Zhang Fei and of course Liu Shan, the supports are taking care of their marksman in the farm lane. So this gives room for the clash laners to at least go on par, but this gives Lee Sin some freedom, because we can see Byron trying to at least help out Lady Zen at mid in order for them to fast clear the lane and might as well go for the push, early push.
You're having 4.5, they're having a quite a good investment right here. It's gonna be the KAZOKU coming in, taking one down. It's gonna be a first blood. Maybe it goes to NOIHARA Esport. A very hitful play right there, Vince G.
Wow. As expected for Butterfly, he's not even hesitating. He can like go for that easy, quick, and you know, this destructive kill. But they're gonna be trying to at least go back.
It's gonna be a triple right here. It's gonna be 3v3 for the time the Immortals and the NOIHARA esports. It's gonna be a delay, not having a clash initiated, and it's instigating those moments. You know, having a delay for those clashes is gonna be a really, really good strategy because the Tyrant and the Over is not yet up, but we're gonna be seeing some commotion in the mid. It's gonna be approach coming here for Aqua. Takes one down. It's gonna be 1-on-1. Having a disparity on those economies. It's gonna be 2. And look at that. The lead is now from the Immortals.
No doubt, after Nakaruru farmed his buff, he needs to get out in his comfort zone. You know, he just try to at least leap out with the Mamahaha flight, good initiation, and then he has that physical pierce. He's just trying to at least farm up some physical items here in order for him to be an effective killer. And opposite of that, an assassin like Butterfly, he can like rotate. He has that mobility in order for him to at least go on par, just like Nakaruru. But one skill that you know differentiates them is that Butterfly has this ultimate, which is the Death Healer. He can like easily go for the kill.
Actually going easy for the kill. It's gonna be crazy right here versus Noikazu, not initiating and instigating of the fight. Actually, we gave what Vinci said. Actually, for the itemization, Vinci, I have a feeling that for the Immortals right here, they're gonna be having a good advantage, especially for the Tyrant and the Overlord. But it's gonna be still in a matter of hands for NOIHARA, and almost gets down by Aqua. But look at that now, going down, getting a gank, a 5-man gank right here for the side, a 4-man gank going from the Immortals. NOIHARA, Makoskiren is now down. It's gonna be help. The reinforcements are coming in. It's gonna be delayed again. Okay, they may have miscalculated the time with how they can get for the reinforcements. It's gonna be going into crowd controls. Another big clash. It's a 3-man shockwave versus the 4 of them. Takes on down. It's gonna be Aqua going for the resurrection, but never mind. Over the Tyrant have now spawned. It's gonna be like a matter of minutes how they can take an advantage. Madosan, Makoski and Madosan is still going for the aggressive play. Now TP'd Manokers. It's a different play that we can see, but the crowd control is going to be going again, the sniper, but that's going to be connecting. Vinci, I'm having a feeling right here that the NOIHARA Esports going to be having a hard time to take some defenses. But look at that, Castle just dives in that tower and gets shot down. It's another one for the Immortals. NOIHARA is better, it's very low HP. Just Makoskiren dealing some damage.
Oh my goodness, the Immortals are showing what they got here right now. They're playing their cards right. They knew when to attack, and we are seeing right now that they're heavily targeting the marksman, and now they're going top.
Now going top is going to be the launch here for the side for Manokers. It's a 3v1 right there, Vinci. Not expecting, not having enough info on how they can take it. But it's going to be Miedo-san maybe instigating. But it's going to be a rush to crazy. What would you look at that nice moves? How to flee from that kind of situation.
I mean, the confidence right there is quite scary. They are relying in terms of like easy burst. Crowd controls were there. They can rely on Nick's initiation with the unbridled outburst. So that's a good kit for them. Crazy. He can like jump in anytime he wants to. He has that kit. He has that durability. He has that shield. And imagine having a Byron together with the Zhang combination. It's quite insane.
It is quite insane because for Kara right here, actually for the NOIHARA eSport, I love how Kara approaches for the crowd controls, for the AoE against for the Immortals, having an advantage on, having an advantage or being the time, you know, having to take 1 or 2 at the same time with the launch control. It's gonna be Kazu taking some more of those damage, while Kara is just gonna be having to endure most of the damage. It's gonna be the Tyrant coming from the Immortals, a very fast pace. Would you look at that? They have now the advantage, while the NOIHARA eSport has taken the tier 1 tower down from the top lane.
Well, they might as well got the Tyrant, but of course we can see that Manukers here is trying to at least get some bit of the Overlord, but you know he's gonna be forcing for a reset because he cannot do that alone. Lee Sin has that annoying capability of moving too quick, but of course fights might be underway because Zhang Fei and Lady Sin, they're not even taking a rest here in this game.
Yeah, they're not taking a rest there indeed because NOIHARA Esports is very low HP and then quite advanced for the Immortals because this is what you do when you harass. Okay, this is one of your advantages when you're pulled, when you harass, taking like a half HP for the NOIHARA Esports. Now the Immortals have that advantage on how they can easily take it down with the clash. Now that they destroy the tier 2 tower for the top lane, it's gonna be the bottom lane taking one down from Max right here. Tier 1 tower is gonna be commotion coming from Crazy. And 2 hour maneuvers not gonna be instigating that battle, but the duel is really unfair for Kazuya. Astromu just going back. No reinforcement. It's gonna be a 4-man. Reinforcement coming in. Would you look at that? That is Aqua taking one down. Kazu is back to the fountains. Gonna be the tier 1 tower going down for the middle. 21k in the gold lead. The economy quite investment in those itemizations goes in again with the AoE, and the crowd control just goes wild there, Vince G.
You have to respect the Lady Zen, the flowing Sai, and the destructive deluge. Crowd controls were way there. Its capability of slowing you down and of course holding you off. That means you're gonna be in for an easy kill, just like what happened in the bottom lane.
Actually agree with that. Now they're going to be taking the tier 1 towers are down for the side for NOIHARA Esports with a 9 versus 5 kill lead, 23 disparity of the economy lead right here for the Immortals and for the NOIHARA Esports. I love how the Immortals are taking some space right here, so NOIHARA Esports is not going to be having investment on those itemizations because it's going to be a farm what Vince G said. It's going to be a farm having the itemization to farm with. You know, it's one of the very most important things or the objectives that you really got to have because itemizations are the ones that make you strong. And look at that, it's gonna be a rampage coming from Aqua. No, Kazu is just the only one with a 3v1 situation, gets a double kill. Aqua is just going crazy for the bloodbath and takes one more. Would you look at that? Crazy. You are really crazy for this day, Immortals.
Literally crazy. They are doing the job, but of course they have the Lee Sin. Lee Sin is somehow trying to elevate the game, but of course, who can stop these guys? Even Gao here, he cannot move an inch to defend. He's just trying to chop that tower on the bot lane, but of course, who cannot stop? Who can stop the Immortals from pushing the high ground tower?
Yeah, for the high ground tower, it's gonna be quite advantage for the NOIHARA Esports, but it's not gonna be happening for the Immortals. This Aqua 2v4 situation is gonna be a shockwave, but a split push coming from the bottom lane. Would you look at that? Here comes again Maneuvers going for Max. Gonna be a 1v1. Who's gonna be the better hero for this one? Goes out. Oh, Maneuvers is just taking a lot of damage. Get him some milk.
Maneuvers, actually, I am quite invested in this Lee Sin hero. This hero has that mobility capability. He can like easily dish out a huge attack speed, but what's happening here? Zhang Fei receives some crowd controls, but he's gonna make it out. But going back to what I've said, Lee Sin can easily run away from potential danger. But of course, he's soaking up way too much damage courtesy of Max's Consort Yu.
And for that, we're gonna be having a tier 2 tower still very alive and healthy for the middle lane. It's gonna be a flash lane right here since the Shadow Vanguards are coming in and helping for the push. It's gonna be a split push coming from the Immortals. NOIHARA Esports, difficult job to do because they're having the advantage lead for the Immortals, but NOIHARA Esports, a big respect on how they can maintain their momentum and pacing when it comes to those clashes. Gotta be having a quick delay, Vince G, but for the taking up the space, they're also having a hard time since the Immortals are very aggressive on their play.
NOIHARA Esports, all that they have to do is to make sure that the tempo here will be slower because what I see about the Immortals is they're trying to take this fast. They wanted to end this quick. 10 minutes, going 11. They're taking objectives one after another. But of course, after that 13 versus 5 kills, they quite stopped. They need to look for more, and it seems like they're looking for that potential kill towards Aqua, but somehow they still lack that damage. And the winning condition for NOIHARA is to prolong this game, create space for Manukers to at least do the rat thing that we are seeing right now.
Ooh, what a nice push coming from Maneuvers. You know, this is one of the most unstoppable plays that you can do in mobile. It's gonna be the split push, exposing your crystals in a very open area. This is how you can play for the split push. And it's gonna be Maneuvers taking three. It's gonna be, we're gonna be alive, but never mind. Crazy just chases it down. And actually talking about that, we're gonna be having the enhanced overlord already activated, but next is just right there. The welcome comes in. It's gonna be just a matter of seconds how they can really take it down, Vince G.
Wow, they are really taking out the annoying ones. They are trying to at least cripple down Manuker's economy. They're just trying to shut down his momentum. He can like go really quick, but it seems like they wanted to give it a go.
And to give it a go, they're gonna be a legendary kill right here for the side for Aqua. Get us a double kill. Your guys are really crazy. The Immortals are really taking up enough space right here. It's gonna be Kazu taking a hard, difficult job. It's gonna be only Makaski with against everybody right here. It's gonna be 2v4 situation for the side for NOIHARA eSport. They're gonna be diving deep into that tower. Monoger's having a hard time. Look at that, getting like a killing spree for crazy. You are really crazy. Is this gonna be the final moments right here for the side for NOIHARA eSports? Because the Immortals are really proving that they're immortal, not dying, but goes for the kill. Just engages it, and look at that. It's an ace to end the game, Vince G.
Wow, they're not even letting NOIHARA prolong this game because of that capability of Manukers to at least somehow even up the game. So I kind of like the determinations of the Immortals to end this game really quick. While they have the momentum, why prolong this game? We already have the upper hand. We will not let this upper hand, or we will not let this momentum slip out of our hand. So that is a good commitment for the Immortals, and congratulations to them because they have won this. And all I can say is just look at the amount of damage that Aqua can provide. Man. 10 kills?
True. 10 kills, bro. That is true. For the Immortals right here, well, yeah, for what Vince G, big congratulations. Now you advance and secured yourself to advance for the quarterfinals right here for the Honor of Kings. What I can say, Vince G, that for NOIHARA eSport, they know actually what to do. As we see that Manugers a while ago, they actually know how to split push. Having to go for the split push, if they broke the tier 3 tower for the high ground, it's gonna be an exposed situation for the Immortals. Now having the Immortals going for the split push again right there, if they have taken the enhanced overlord, it's gonna be like a 5-man push to the crystal because it's already exposed. Because we see that the Immortals really did a push, a hard push for the tier 3 tower to the high ground for NOIHARA eSports. And would you look at that, they have taken it down, a push to the top, breaking down the tier 3 tower. It's just gonna be a GG's, but still big props to NOIHARA eSport for standing up against the Immortals. The Immortals, you have secured your round for the quarterfinals. What do you gotta say, Vince G, about NOIHARA eSport that they since had the advantage for for the very first early rounds for against the Immortals?
No doubt. I mean, we have seen the Immortals respected that Lee Sin. Actually, if you're familiar playing Honor of Kings, especially the RAN games, Lee Sin is one of that annoying guy because of his special capabilities of turning into two forms. Once he reaches level 4, that means the domination and the revenge form is gonna be up for grabs. So this gives freedom for Lee Sin to switch forms anytime he wants to. So for the domination form, that means he's gonna be going all out. He's gonna be trying to move a little bit fast. He's gonna try to at least improve his attack speed, and having the slow capability, crowd controlling, he can like easily go on par. And I must say that the Immortals respected that because of that capability. I mean, just look at how Lee Sin tries to at least destroy the tower at the bot lane, going towards the high grounds, almost exposing the crystal from the Immortals. So Manukers actually earned the respect. So might as well go on all out on this guy, eliminate him, because we can see this guy as a threat, and we can no longer let this threat dominate. So that is why GG's for them. They managed to at least get that key to victory that they have already. And for the Immortals, I think we're gonna be seeing more of them soon.
Yeah, for the Immortals right here, since what Vinci said, they have earned the respect. Now that we have concluded our match 1, the match 2 is going to be KAZOKU Indonesia versus INDO. So both Indonesian teams are going to be competing for the match 2, Vince G. Would you look
Well,
at that?
I'm gonna be so excited because first game, we have seen the effort from each and every one. So the Immortals actually winning that one. So I'm gonna be expecting a way more better match than that because this is just the start. This is just the appetizer,
Yeah,
and
this is
we
just
still have 7 more games.
Actually, we agree with that, guys. We're gonna be having more 7 games. It's gonna be the second game. It's just KAZOKU Indonesia says Indonesia. My name is Salo. This is your broadcaster Vince G. We're gonna be seeing you some more action right here for the Battle for Supremacy. So stay tuned because me and our broadcaster Vince G are gonna be taking a short break.
Hey, Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here, and if you're still watching, well, we are here for Reign Supreme. BFSTV's very own Honor of Kings tournament, and this is just season 1. And of course, you've seen the very first match of the day, and it was an action-packed game between NOIHARA and of course the victors, the Immortals. So that means they're one step closer into bringing home, of course, the trophy or the bragging rights of them to become the season 1 champions. But we need to fill up those blanks. We need to fill up those holes, Silu. We need to see more teams, and that is why we are heading towards to another game. So another Indonesian versus with Indonesian. So this is gonna be interesting because we're seeing Kazoku in SES Indo. So I'm quite invested on this.
I actually wanted to see these Indonesian teams take a toll together because it's quite different when you're gonna be fighting against your own country. Because for the match 7, it's gonna be AXG NEXGEN versus Team Manila. See, like PH to PH, Indonesia to Indonesia, a very good lineup, a very good quick match for these guys. Because Honor of Kings very fast-paced game, fighting with your own country. Country teams, because it's gonna be very different experience, because you can if there's an open mic, maybe you can talk with your own language. You know what I mean, bro. Like if you have experienced guys for the computer shops and competing in those local tournaments, you know what I mean about those open mics. But we're gonna be keeping it clean here, sportsmanship, everybody, because for esports, what I always say, everything esports is impossible that can be possible. Just a matter of time, especially for Honor of Kings. It's gonna be applicable because it's just a matter of seconds on how you can take the win and take home the trophy. And we're gonna be ready for our for the hero pick right here for the match 2. It's gonna be KAZOKU versus SES. And would you look at that, Vince G? They are having quite bands here.
Wow, I mean, very popular support bands, no doubt. They should respect the Dashiao, they should respect the Dolia because of their capabilities. And of course, Dashiao here can set up a really nice play. And as for the Dolia, of course, Dolia here can easily reset your own. So that is what you need to watch out for. And another hero that we've seen earlier, Zhang Fei, will be added into the ban prison. So a tanky roaming support guy, Zhang Fei here will not be available for them to take. So that means I'm gonna be seeing a lot of assassins. I'm gonna be seeing a lot of marksmen to open up this game because of the first pick capabilities that they have. KAZOKU will be enjoying their very first pick, and they did not even hesitate. They went in for mine.
Actually, I agree with that because having the quite good bands right here, I'm gonna be expecting some good rotations from this because we also saw like day 1 or day 2 of the eliminations, we saw like 2 smites. Okay, that's what I'm actually looking for, Vince G. 2 smites to secure objectives like Overlord and the Tyrant, because there's gonna be some matches or from day 1 and day 2 I actually saw like I think that's gonna be Void Alliance. They actually took a 5-man push after taking the boat of the Overlord and the Tyrant. Now having those advantages, it's gonna be a really quick push. I'm just expecting, well, not really like expecting, but I'm gonna be happy, super duper happy if I'm gonna be seeing some double smites from this game.
Well, SES, they did not even hesitate. So you're gonna be taking out a lot of support heroes. So Guigusi will be up for grabs. Partner it up with an early marksman pick. So for a card, okay, it's gonna be my Lady Sun, but for Sagita, sure, I can pair it up with the Renji. I can pair it up with this guy. I mean, the Renji is that marksman that can deal both physical and magical damage, plus another marksman that can easily cleanse up some debuff. So that's what you want, because marksmen are quite squishy, semi-squishy, but they surely pack a punch. In terms of like physical damage, you can rely on these guys. But for Lady Sun, actually having an advantage of rolling in and out and enhancing his damage capability. So that's a win-win. So I hope, or I wonder who amongst these guys is gonna win on their lanes.
Actually, I agree with that. Now having like Purify on the side for SES, it's gonna be a good escape for the debuffs, for the crowd controls, and everything for the clash is gonna be needed. Having actually Purify is gonna be a good advantage because we all know for the Honor of Kings it is a very fast-paced game. So guys, one clash may end your game.
Yep.
Having Purify, it can may save the game, especially for a marksman. Marksman with flashes, frenzy for the lifesteal, and having Purify also to counterplay those debuffs. Vinci, I'm having goosebumps right here for the side for KAZOKU because it's gonna be Sakita, and look at that, it's Liao Po. I think for Komerjawa, is it Liao Po?
Yeah, probably if he locks it in, that's gonna be Lianpo. They're gonna be jumping up and down. But for SES, it seems like they knew who to respect because I can see 3 out of 4 bans here. They're just easily targeting the supports. So they're not letting Kumar Jawa pick his comfort hero. So all that's left for this guy is to use some crowd control heroes like Lianpo to slam the ground and make sure that he has everyone under in check. But of course he's not gonna lack that. That's a bluff. Probably go for Sunbin, but there's a meme going on that they don't want Sunbin. But Sunbin, in terms of like tournament performance, he's quite effective in terms of like tournament style, in terms of compared to ranked games. So you have to respect Sunbin.
No, Sunbin. I mean, I am having actually the energy to grind more for Honor of Kings. Because my rank is only like bronze, guys, or silver. I hadn't much invested for Honor of Kings, but I think Vinci right here is like a high rank. I have a feeling Vinci is a high rank player.
Yeah,
or like Diamond Grandmaster. Oh, okay.
Kind of like silver.
So no.
So
you're not.
Once you're higher than you.
We should grind sometime.
Yeah, I think so. We need to grind. But of course, having Musashi as the final pick of the SES, I kind of like to see where this one goes because working on this lineup, of course, having 2 durable heroes on the blue side, Kaiser and Lian Po, and then of course the other side, SES, they quite pack a punch. Lady Sun has that burst capability. Angela has the burst capability. Musashi can easily block down projectiles. So this is gonna be, interesting to see. But for the Clash lane, seeing Byron and Mayin going all out, Mayin has that capability to slack up. I'm not even kidding because slack up is quite a useful passive kit for Mayin to at least restore a little bit of lost health, and then he can like do whatever he wants to do with his skills through a lot of combinations up, down, left, and right. Then once he gets serious, then we're gonna be seeing a lot of Mayins here.
But for KAZOKU, right here for the both Indonesian teams, well, Vinci, it's gonna be the early stages. Okay, the early stages of the round. We're still gonna see because we're 30 seconds in the game. Then it's gonna be activated for the spear right there. It's gonna be quite a good advantage on who's gonna be taking the spear. It's gonna be it says Indo with level 2 already for Saki, and they're gonna be investing in those clashes already. Harassments are going in, and they've taken the gold. Now they've taken one more. KAZOKU is gonna be a first blood. Look at that, it's Lian Po. Taking the first blood right for the side for KAZOKU. Another good advantage in less than 1 minute. First bloods are already happening, guys. It's gonna be a bloodbath right over here, Vinci.
You take our farm, we're gonna be taking one of your life, and for Guryuzi, you're not gonna survive that one. KAZOKU ID, they're eyeing towards the bigger picture. They're eyeing towards the bigger prize. Of course, getting that first blood advantage, this will give them a lot of good gold, and actually seeing that 4K, even Stevens, even with the first blood gold, I mean, SES is up to something. So they have to stop it as early as they can.
Yeah, for that, it's going to be having the early class right here with a great zoning phase. It's going to be Ben Jing. It's going to be Ben Jing. They're going to take him
Sounds
another
like me.
one. Yeah, sounds like me. But for that one, actually, quite good investment how they can zone out those positions. They're going to be taking the farms. Now we see that KAZOKU ID they actually have the economy lead right now. It's gonna be disparity in just a matter of seconds with Sakiyaki. Oh, I love your name.
Sakiyaki.
Sakiyaki. But they're gonna be taking the advancement right over here, engaging. It's gonna be an instigate from the side for KAZOKU. Look at that, the clashes are coming in. Sakiyaki is just gonna be low in his HP. Komajaba goes for the flash, goes out, dives deep into his tower. 3v2 for the side, for the bottom lane, for the SAS Indo.
Wow, I mean they're holding on towards their farm lane. Actually, they're not even letting them touch the tower in the bot lane. So that means they have to go back towards their lane. They're wasting too much XP. They're wasting too much gold. They need to farm up. They need to, you know, up in the economy. And with that way, KAZOKU ID is still trying to at least take a little lead compared to SES, but will they finally get that kill? I mean, Sakiyaki, he needs to initiate well. The animus here will be used, but he's not gonna drag any from KAZOKU ID to start a fight.
Well, to start that fight, actually, I'm having a feeling since the Overlord and the Tyrant's gonna be up in just a minute on the side for these both of the teams. They're gonna be zoning, and they're gonna be providing some information how to zone and having those positions. They're gonna be actually know that what do you call this when you're gonna be zoning, you're gonna be having some information around the corner, around the brush. So having the information around the brush, you know who's gonna be the setter, who's gonna be the tank doing the crowd controls in just a matter of minutes. Because you know, guys, steals actually exist in MOBA. So imagine you're just gonna be dealing a lot of damage for the Overlord and Tyrant, and then somebody's just gonna take it. I mean, it's gonna be a really stressful play.
I mean, after all your efforts, after all you've done, and then someone is gonna try to steal that away from you. I mean,
Ooh.
I can be frustrated. So, you know, I can't blame the players. So they have to do better than that. And now we can see the mid lane becoming way too hot. Musashi trying to chase down the weaker link. He's gonna try to aim down the Angela, but that forced prophecy out of sight from the Guigusi to save him. That gives him a kill.
And they're gonna be having that kill. It's gonna be the Ballistic, gonna be spawning. Would you look at that? The Tyrant is gonna be here. Who's gonna be on the other side? These clashes are coming in. With some Madam would you look at that? SAS Indo is making a great victory over the Tyrant. Is gonna be a very low HP for the side for Indo, but for KAZOKU, they're still strong and healthy. Got stake in 2 is gonna be 1v3. Now the SAS Indo has the advantage for the Tyrant, getting more kills for the side for KAZOKU. A quite good investment for those itemizations. Gonna be Sagita taken down from Saki.
Wow.
It's gonna be Saki and Sakiyaki. And this is duos, man.
Saki, Sake, and Sakiyaki. I kind of liked how it rhymes, man. But you know that fight going way back. SES Indo. I mean, for KAZOKU ID, they just wanted to pick off Sake. They just wanted to eliminate him with the Musashi. But what happened is that after that conversion, after Guigusi somehow pops in his ultimate, the out of sight. So that means that's a really, really good conceal play for them to hide Angela out of sight, and then boom, the burst just comes out naturally, and then it gives room for Delva to secure the Tyrant, secure a double kill, and then win that fight.
Actually, I agree with that. Now having the it's just Indo having like 15k of the gold coin lead economy right there for the side of the team. They're gonna be having quite good investments for the itemizations. Now having some really good items that make you strong and healthy. You're gonna be very invulnerable. You're gonna be having some invulnerabilities against for the KAZOKU. It's gonna be the Clash coming in. It's gonna be 2v4 coming in for the SAS Indo. Goes for the Sakiyaki. Goes for the reinforcements. It's gonna be Wuhan gets knocked back. It's gonna be controlled immune, but she's Laza just getting out of the situation since it's gonna be a matter of seconds and how they can take it over since SAS Indo has the advantage already right here for the side for KAZOKU. Now just a matter of seconds ago, Dapong just gets taken out. Now having like 2k of the investment lead for the economy. Kamar Jua is just having to defend his tier 1 tower because towers really matter right here, guys. You know, you don't want your crystals to be exposed, but it's gonna be a gang for the top lane. Guts takes it for the card control. His Guts is in the air. Would you look at that? Another amazing play goes Dapong for their reinforcements. Now they're gonna be running and grasping for their dear life. Wuhan and his teammate with the comedy going out for the retreat.
They don't want to rest. I mean, look for SES and KAZOKU, they're being hyperactive. And for SES, since that they knew that they're in the lead, they are trying to exploit it. And just like that, they are taking the Renji.
The Renji and Sagita, would you go goes for the low HP. They're gonna be taking from the side for SS Indo. They have taken down the tier 1 tower. Shadow Vanguards are coming in and gonna be helping for the push. Gonna be split push for the both of the for the side for SS Indo. KAZOKU is gonna be having a difficult time or a job right here to defend because there's gonna be a clash lane in just a matter of seconds. It's gonna be happening. It's 3 on mid. Split pressure coming from the Shadow Vanguards. Now KAZOKU's position is just gonna be scattered down to the air. It's gonna be a Cardi. Takes one. The crowd control coming in for Saki, but it's not gonna be enough. Another immune coming in. Double kill for Liampo. Amazing. In just a matter of seconds, Tool has been taken up, but Wuhan takes it down, goes for the launch, and Wuhan just retreats. Gonna be repositioned for the side for SS Indo. KAZOKU, amazing job on how you can control from the clash, Vinci.
For Jawa, you have to give props to this guy because he initiates so well. He's not even hesitating to jump in. Burst Ram, Magma Slam, and of course slams the ground with the Tremor Smash. That's a way to initiate as the Liam Po. And for Gumar Jawa, he's just utilizing every kit that Liam Po has, especially the Warrior Soul, enabling him to be durable, to be tough. And then when he goes out of battle, that means he's gonna be restoring lost health. But we can see the Animus here being casted.
Oh, it's gonna be Shy Laza taking one down. It's gonna be Dexa. Oh, taking one, Delva. We're gonna be retreating for that position. Shy Laza. It's gonna be Dapo coming again from the backside, from the back lines. It's gonna be the tremble to the ground. Takes one. Delva makes a good job for the killing spree. 3-8 for the side for SS Indo. One takes one for the tier 1 tower and goes for the shutdown. Delva is now out and goes for the fountain. Another reposition coming from KAZOKU ID, just taking one. But first, as Indo, they have lost 2 of those objectives, taking one tier 1 tower, then taking down Sagita in the middle of the process.
Intriguing. I kinda like how KAZOKU ID tries to slow down this game. They're just taking their pace. I mean, they're just trying to take the most vulnerable targets, the most high impact targets from SES Indo. We've seen Akardi being taken out early, and now Delva, so that will affect SES Indo. But still, Saki here will provide a lot of burst. I mean, with the Angela that they have, Chaos Cinders, they're to disable them with the DPS, and of course the stun that it can provide. Man, they have to be ready, because anytime soon, SES can easily take down this outer tower at mid.
I actually agree with that. Now they're going to be taking the outer tower. It's going to be tier 1 still here for the bot lane, for the top lane. Not going strong and healthy, and let's have a quarter HP. But for the side for KAZOKU Indo, we see guys, that says Indo right here, that they're actually doing a great job on how they can take for the positions and how they can instigate those minions, because having to instigate those minions, having the freeze lane, it's gonna be Wuhan. It is 2v1 situation. It's gonna be launched from Shizi Laza, having a hard time, difficult, gets a knockback. It's gonna be here. The Guts is having for the reinforcements. It's gonna be a 4v2 shockwave, trample to the ground. Over there, trying to have the hands, but look at that. Crowd control comes in. Shizi Laza has nothing to do in that situation. It's gonna be Kumar Jawa getting for the reposition. It's gonna be reinforcements coming in. The tower is not gonna be diving in too deep, and that was gonna be crowd control coming in. Says Indo staff HP. Rampage coming from Saki. Would you look at its killing spree from Akardi? They have lived in just a matter of seconds to be taken by KAZOKU in a sweep. But look at that, 31k gold lead. Tier 2 towers are now down for the side for KAZOKU ID, and hands over the entire is still available for the teams, but 4 of the people from SES Indo, the players, are still remaining strong and healthy for this one, dude.
The economist says otherwise. I mean, it goes way down the economy of SES. With 1,800 lead in this game, they're making sure that they need to maintain it. You saw how high the damage coming in from Akardi and Saki was. And with that small amount of health remaining, they didn't even die. And Sakita is the only survivor. He just take down the outer tower in the bot lane. But of course, with Sakita being present in that fight,
you said gonna be still rare for the Shadow Vanguard. 76 HP still no good. If you look at them, they didn't even catch up to get the Tyrant. It's gonna be a sweep for KAZOKU ID if they got the Tyrant. It's gonna be Overlord. Now, Shadow Vanguards has been the Shadow Vanguard has been spawned right here. The big man, the big dude in the top lane. It's gonna be a push, split push. Tier 2 tower still active. It was gonna be taken down. Kumarjo is having a hard time. KAZOKU is coming in. Shazy Laza. Would you look at that? Another play to take one. Now KAZOKU is down to one. Gets into the launch for Delva. Gets back. Goes for the retreat. A 4-man for the reposition. Shazy Laza just goes in deep for the tower. It's gonna be a Cardi taking one more. It's gonna be a rampage. Taking two. Would you look at that for the tower? Now Cess Indo has the advantage for the 4 towers taken down. KAZOKU ID only has 1 tower and then 1 tower taken down. Gonna be Delva having a hard time with the shield. Gonna be spam coming from Sake. Would you look at that? Another tier 3 is down. Will this be it, Vince G?
Be it. They're just taking towers after towers, and now the crystal is being exposed. This would be the game that SES Indo is looking forward to. Just look at the high amount of damage coming in from the Angela. Legendary.
That's gonna be the fit. It's gonna be the final moments right here for SES Indo. KAZOKU takes the win. The Indonesian KAZOKU has advanced themselves to the quarterfinals of this tournament, securing themselves actually, Vince G.
Really good item utilizations coming in, or skills or heroes utilization coming in from the SES. They knew that they have that high burst capability, and there's no way for them to prolong this game any further. But you know how, or the struggles coming in from KAZOKU ID is that they are trying to pick off Sake most of the time, but they cannot go for the clean finish. Look at that. Sake being unkillable for this game. He was awarded as the MVP. He got those good burst items. Having that scepter. He has that venomous wand to at least reduce the hit point or the health regeneration coming in from the side of KAZOKU. Sake here proven to be an effective mage, dealing those bursts left and right, and all that they have to do is to protect Sake at all costs. Even Akardi, they're just trying to protect Akardi every time, but Kumarjawa, props to him. They are trying to at least get Akardi most of the time, and then cripple down the physical source of damage that SES has.
Actually, I agree with that because SES Indo, we actually see in the very first early stages of the round, they actually taking the objectives already, taking down the farm. Now they're gonna be having the gold lead advantage against KAZOKU Indonesia. Now having like the quiet investment for the itemizations, the utilization. I agree with what Vince G said. Now they're gonna be investing on that. It's gonna be a very difficult play for KAZOKU Indonesia to take that play into the next stages for the game. But for SES Indo, yeah, big congratulations for you guys for advancing yourselves for the quarterfinals. And KAZOKU ID, we're gonna be having some more tournaments, so please stay tuned for the BattleForSupremacy. Big props to you for still standing up for SES Indo. See, this is what I love about esports. Now having Indonesian teams, PH teams, Indian teams, or Korean teams playing together, actually, battling for your own country. It's very difficult, because I'm not being biased about here like Pinoy pride, okay? But I mean, we're Filipinos, Vinci. You know what I mean. You know what I feel when you're going up against your Filipino team, right?
Well, I mean, going up against your fellow countrymen, that means you're gonna be anticipated with the familiarities of a meta. So that means you're gonna be familiar with some of the players. You might be familiar with some of the teams because each and every one of them, you've been playing scrims with them. So you have that familiarization of which hero do they use. Just like what happened here on this game, Indonesian versus Indonesian, and we can see the bans here. They're crippling out the support role. They're just reducing the roaming hero pool. And that is how they are respecting the support role way too much. But of course, you have to respect the damage output coming in from Lady Sun and the Angela. Sake here, I mean, if I can relate this to familiar times, it seems like Sake here, he's just bringing out San Juan towards this game. He's just unleashing a lot of waters towards his opponents. He's just soaking them wet with the blazing brilliance.
A very, very amazing gameplay coming from the match 2, Vince G, because for the match 3, we're gonna be seeing Extraction PH a Filipino team against Riot Esports because Riot Esports is from Cambodia. We have Cambodian teams, bro.
This is gonna be interesting. I mean, two Cambodian teams for tonight. So this
Mm-hmm.
is part of one Cambodian team. So Philippines versus Cambodia gonna be coming up way next. So I think the viewers or the if you're watching here right now, so might as well stay with us here up until the very end because this is just 2 out of 8. We're done with 2 games. We still have 6 more matches, and we're just getting into the better part. So I hope that you guys are gonna be there as well because there's a lot of matches to happen here, right, Sifu?
Yeah, I actually would agree with that, Vince G. And now, players and gamers right here in the chat, please like and share the stream because Battle for Supremacy without you guys. My name is Sally and this is your caster, Vince G. We're gonna be back for some more action. It's gonna be Extraction PH versus Riot Esports for the match 3. So we're gonna be taking a short break. So see you still here. Stay tuned for the Battle for Supremacy. We're gonna be taking a break. And would you look at that? This is your very own caster with that very sexy voice. It's gonna be Battle for Supremacy right here, Vince G. We're gonna be taking one more for this one. It's gonna be the Masteries Extraction PH versus Riot Esports from Cambodia. Well, my thoughts on this actually, Vince G, is I'm getting the vibes right here because these are all Asian countries, you know. Having to conclude already our like 2 matches, we already saw that these 2 teams or these 4 teams really proved their worth, that they're gonna be really competing this one for the Battle for Supremacy. But still, it's gonna be the eliminations. 2 teams are now out of the list. 2 teams are in for the quarterfinals. Extraction PH, Riot Esports gonna be here, Vince, here for the match 3.
I'm way too excited of this matchup. Extraction PH, I mean, they're quite of the new underdog, the new guys here in the Philippine scene, and they are trying to establish their name here on the Bfstv's Reign Supreme. This is just season 1, and they wanted to become the pioneers. And seems like the storyline goes like this. Each and every one of them wants to become the pioneers. They wanted to become the first ever champions of the Reign Supreme, and that is what they're after. And for Extraction PH, I've seen these guys. They are quite way active when it comes to fighting out or probably participating in scrims because they wanted to do better. They wanted to at least unleash their potential here on the Honor of Kings scene. And might as well say the same to Riot Esports from Cambodia. They are gonna try to establish themselves as the better team. So in this good matchup that we have, as much as I love to see all of them go towards the grand finals, but of course, when we have this kind of bracket, there's a better team that needs to advance, and the other guys needs to at least do better, because season 1 is not the only tournament that they can participate. They need to do better in order for them to get the crown and become the season 2 champions.
Actually, I agree with that, Vince G. Now, talking about teams, we have from Extraction PH for the first name coming up with the first player is going to be Biniyak.
Biniyak.
My name. I'm not going to be biased about Bini, but you know what's my name and most of my Discord servers is like with Bini?
Bini Silu?
No, it's Bini Baby.
A Bini Baby. Oh, that's what you want, huh?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, well, who doesn't want to, man?
Well, if some of the guys here doesn't even understand the reference, this guy wants to be pampered way too much. That's what he gets his IGN from, and he wants to be babied too much. I kind of like your point. I kind of like where you're going.
You know it, bro. But for Biniyak, it's gonna be amazing play because I'm actually excited about this. When the Extraction PH engages with the Clash, it's gonna be like Biniyak goes in.
Biniyak goes in. Man, after he went towards the split, he's gonna go and make stuff, biyak stuff, or I don't know how to translate that into a proper Tagalog, but he's gonna biyak things. So I sound conyo right there, but still, Biniyak hasn't even picked a hero yet.
Yeah, he got the switch from Yeji.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
They secured the Dolia pick. They need that. They need that support hero because it's quite active. But contrary to the last match that we've seen, this is the first 2 bans that we have, Dolia and Dashao. But now they're gonna be in this game.
Mm-hmm. I actually agree with that. Now having the support play right here coming from the Extraction PH, I'm gonna be expecting some good support play because Dolia, I've seen a lot of games here for the Honor of Kings. It's gonna be the day 3. I've seen day 1 and day 2 with the Dolia. I mean, they did a really good job with how they can zone it and supporting the marksman. With it, also with the tank. When it comes to clashes, I mean, this Dolia is very, very helpful now, Vigi.
I agree. Dolia can heal you up. Dolia can easily zone out your opponents with the Ode and of course the Celestial Melody ultimate. This means that there's gonna be another skill to activate, another skill that they can reset. Imagine the possibilities of having a longer cooldown ultimate that is quite useful in team fights, and you got reset by the Celestial Melody. So you have to watch out for that. But for Damiju, okay, he's gonna go for the Dharma. That means he's gonna be unleashing a lot of mantras here in this game. But of course, Arlie, Angela in the same page. Arlie here gonna go for the never-ending frenzy. Arlie has that mobility. Arlie has that magical damage, but done. Okay, so good initiation, but an answer, quick answer. I mean, ooh, okay, I love what I'm seeing. Fang for the jungle, double marksman setup, and of course, they are gonna be seeing Jiaoshan.
For extraction PH, actually, Vinci, I'm expecting because we're gonna be having two marksmen right here with the jungle for LFTO. I mean, it's gonna be a difficult play right here on Riot Esports and how they can take against Extraction PH if they haven't really taken the marksman. Because for a fact that we know for Honor of Kings that marksman heroes actually having a high damage output.
High damage output. They can easily push and take down towers at ease. And with Fang in play, that means he can like easily detect incoming opponents. He got that natural capability to detect any nearby opponents with the target-sided skill. And of course, Blade Storm, Wheel Away, quite pack a punch, but of course, Butterfly as the answer by Riot Esports towards the picks that Extraction Esports has. So I'm kind of quite invested in this game, and in this game, my thoughts about this game, I kind of like the burst. I mean, I kind of like the double marksman setup for the Extraction PH, but I'm much more concerned about the burst capabilities of the Riot Esports. And for that, I mean, mid to late game, if they prolong the game, I'm kind of quite leaning towards Riot.
Well, actually, for the Cypher Riot, we actually have saw that I think Zuki's or Zuku's having a frenzy. Well, that's gonna be up against for the marksman because having frenzy is gonna be attack speed, damage for the life steal. Marksman with the actually it's gonna be an overpower for a marksman to have the frenzy. Having two marksmen is gonna be a very aggressive play coming from Extraction PH, Vinci.
Wow, this game is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Extraction PH up against Riot Esports. And of course, before the game starts, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to my fellow HOK caster colleague, Kaisaya, who's currently watching right now. And we can see a lot of Chaos Cinders burning down, dominate this early game at mid.
And actually having Extraction PH getting the spirit and a very good advantage. It's gonna be a zoning outface for the side for Yeji. Oh, I think it's AFK. I think it's gonna be. Is it gonna be a technical boost? Now Riot Esports has the advantage 1-0. First blood, not knowing. Oh no, I think we're gonna be having some technical difficulties, guys, because some of the players just stop moving for we still don't have the information. It's gonna be a hard time for Extraction PH if we have those two players not moving at once. Plus, gonna be Riot Esports taking advantage right here for the bot lane. Soryu just engages, but Richard knows what to do. It's better not to engage in that fight. Extraction PH on the other side, 5k gold lead for Riot Esports. Not looking too good in the early stages for Extraction PH, having two already at the side for Riot Esports.
Well, I kind of see what happened right there. I mean, Biniyak somehow froze over, but of course, that first blood capability enables them to at least have that advantage. Now, for Riot Esports having that advantage, they need to work their way up. They need to continue that kind of aggression that they're showing. I mean, having the Angela connected towards the Dashao, unleashing a lot of Chaos Cinders to at least crowd control them, but Biniak here seems to be more confident right now than earlier.
Very well confident indeed, because we see Ray Zantra and Sorry with that. Biniak is just gonna be TPing out of that map. It's gonna be back again for the action. Now having 5.7k lead for the Extraction PH, but Riot Esports with the dominancy of those gold coin lead. It's gonna be investment for the itemization. It's gonna be dodge coming from Tammy Ju from the top lane. Well, they're gonna be seeing some hard and freezing lanes because how they can take it for the gold lane advantage. I think the only chance for this one, Yeji goes down. It's gonna be defeated right for the side of Soryu and takes one now for Zantro. It's a 1v3, everybody. 8-1k for the side for Riot Esports.
Speaking of 1v3, 1-3 is our score right now. Riot Esports having that 3-kill lead compared to Extraction PH. But somehow, Extraction PH with Fang or Yoru trying to at least get their first kill, somehow it can transcend. But top lane seems hot.
Seems hot indeed, but as we see that BR11 is just going for the kill right there. Tamiji and Binia gonna be taking one, and look at that. BR111 is now out of the map and going back to the fountain, but a 3v1 situation very well gank play for the Extraction PH. They're gonna be going deep into that tower. It's gonna be Zantro taking it all home. Right, Esports making miracles happen. It's gonna be a killing spree for the side for Soryu. Tamiju goes for the TP and it goes for the reinforcements. 3v1 taking down the tier 1 tower, but it's gonna be Biniyak and Yoru going together at once. It trembles the ground. Now going out again. Zuki's actually low in his HP. Now they're gonna be delaying those lanes, gonna be dominating, but for the side for Extraction PH, the tier 1 tower is not looking good, strong and healthy for that one, Vince G.
Wow, I mean, Riot Esports, with all those confidence that they have, they are just tower diving before 4 minutes. Who can stop these guys? But somehow, Extraction PH tries to push them back and now forces another fight towards the other side of the map. Probably bring this towards the Tyra because it's now up fresh, up and running. And for Riot Esports, they're going to be taking this one for themselves as they are going to secure this first Tyrant of the game.
Now they're going to be securing the first side of the game, indeed, Vince G, because we see Riot Esports are really doing the funnel assisting strategy right now with the 3 people roaming around the map. Now they're going to be zoning those objectives for Extraction PH, not going to be able to get that gold coin advantage since they had 5 people down from the side for Extraction PH already. 1k gold lead from the side for Riot Esports. Now the Overlord and Tyrant are now up and ready. They have taken the time for the side for Riot Esports, now having like a good advantage for the economy lead again. It's gonna be BR111 against, oh, it's gonna get another sun coming in. Crowd control. It's gonna be a chase down coming from the Riot Esports, but never mind. It's gonna be a rampage and commotion coming from the mid lane. Would you look at that? Another one with the positions coming in. Tamiju goes in for the crowd control, gets the sun. Now, Extraction PH in this matter of the hands, taking one. It's gonna be unstoppable right here. Yoru is very crazy on this one. BR111 is gonna be going down. Now they're gonna be taking the Overlord for these Shadow Vanguards. Look at that. No reinforcements are coming from the Riot Esports. Now they have 3 people down at once. Extraction PH gets the Overlord. It's gonna be tier 1 tower going down. Just a matter of seconds right here for the side for Extraction PH.
Well, this is why you should respect the double marksman setup. And for Riot Esports, they knew that this will happen, and that is why they need to apply so much pressure, and which they did actually. But of course, Yoru has that space. It seems like if Richard somehow fail his lane, well, we still have this insurance policy. We still have Yoru to at least deal amount of damage. For Richard, you need to catch up. This gives Yeji and of course Biniyak to at least babysit Richard in order for him to bounce back and catch up towards the economy. But for Yoru, seems like he's enjoying his life as the jungler marksman. He's just raking up cash. He's just raking up on items. He's just snowballing on kills, and that is why we need to watch out for Yoru towards the mid and late game.
Actually, that is very accurate right there, coming from the side of Vince G. It's gonna be Extraction PH having still a 1k gold lead in disparity from coming from the Riot Esports. Now they're gonna be taking one. It's gonna just be a matter of like 1v1, but never mind. It's gonna be 3v1, and Biniyak is nabiyak, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be Extraction PH coming here again for the deep diving tower. It's gonna be Riot Esports taking a poke. Harassments are coming in. Not much of an investment coming right there, but the tier 1 tower is going to be done. It's half HP coming from the back lines. It's going to be BR111 going for the back lines, taking down the tier 1 tower. Is going to be advantage for the Riot Esports right here. Extraction PH, they're still together right here, because it's actually amazing that Extraction PH, they're not going for the scattered positions against Riot Esports, because for a fact that we know Riot Esports, 3 of them, like tank support and the marksman, actually coming together. There's gonna be a reinforcements coming from the Warriors coming in for the clash. A very good fast play coming from BR11, but gets stunned, not able to get the TP around there. It's gonna be a back right here for the front lines, going to back and deep in the tower. It's gonna be tier 1 tower now down. Advantage for the Extraction PH, but commotion on the Overlord's position. Gonna brush, get stunned. It's gonna be Riot Esports taking the delay, Vince G.
Oh, beautiful. Extraction PH trying to prolong this game. I mean, once we've seen Yeji and of course Biniak's last pick as the Diao-chan, and I've seen this one. They have been utilizing this combo. Flowery potential reset. So once you've seen Diao-chan's flowery potential 2 times in a span of like a team fight, that is gonna be quite insane. And this is their comeback mechanic, because Yoru is not enough. They need to have someone to provide that punch, and now Extraction PH is not even backing down. They wanted to at least fight it out with Riot Esports right now.
And now they're gonna be actually layering out now for those positions right here with the side for Riot Esports. Now the Extraction page having an advantage for the position, but look at that, it's another kill right here for the side for Soryu. It's gonna be a promotion of the Clash with an amazing approach. A 5-man shockwave coming from Extraction PH. It's gonna be another one taking one down. It's gonna be godlike for LT Yoru 1v3 situation, but still alive and healthy for Riot Esports. It's gonna be a triple kill, and it is a shutdown coming from BR11. It's gonna be an ace, Vince G. This is gonna be the final moments right here for Extraction PH just to push from mid, but they're gonna be taking more for those farms, getting the gold advantage lead with a 4K. Now they're gonna be taking one to tier 2 tower, pushing the Clash lane, which is the middle lane.
Has destroyed a tower.
Right the side. Somehow they figure out a way to eliminate the damage dealer. Eliminate the Yoru, that means it's gonna be a snowball for them. And this gives room for them to take down the inner tower. So that means a Riot Esports skyrocketed with that kind of economy. And with that ace and a kill towards Yoru, now Extraction PH frustrated. They wanted to come back and win this fight.
Ooh. Now there's gonna be Overlord and Tyrant now enhanced. Extraction PH just takes down 2. BR11 Kenshin going back to the fountain. Just a matter of seconds, half a minute to be destroyed right there. It's gonna be Overlord enhanced coming from the side for Extraction PH. Now we see the Sorry is just in the middle right there going for the information till they get the combat. Would it be a steal? We're still gonna see. Is it gonna be a steal? Would you look at that? A steal coming from Riot Esports. Now they have the Overlord enhanced. Shadow Vanguards are gonna be coming in. An amazing steal from coming from Riot Esports. It's gonna be a Clash lane right here. 3v3 situation. Overlord, the Vanguard is now coming for those 3 lanes, taking down your tier 2 towers instead, but commotion comes to the mid. Now Extraction base and Snow very HP coming. Riot Esports 5 strong and healthy. Very inevitable play coming from Riot Esports.
With confidence, but we can respect the fact that Extraction PH is trying to find some loopholes towards the aggression that Riot Esports is clearly showing. And as for that, they are clearing up the camp. They're making sure that Extraction PH will not have that economy. Way to farm up money, way to farm up good amount of gold, because Richard and Yoru, those 2 heroes rely on items together with Biniacs trying to fight their way through and set up some AoE.
Now having the AoE just in the matter of seconds right there, a very good take for their Overlord that is enhanced. They're actually having the time to clear out actually the camp, which is the farm lanes, but having actually to take it down for the advantage. 5 towers are down for the side for Extraction PH. Shadow Vanguard is still going for that push at the top lane. They're just taking out the camps. Well, Vinci, as much I can say, they're already having a 5k gold lead disparity against Extraction PH. They're gonna be taking the Tyrant for the massive amount of gold right there. Now having to secure themselves in a full build maybe, but it's gonna be a good play coming from the Riot Esports. Now they're gonna be pushing for the tier 2 tower. Now it's gonna be down. All it's gonna be left is the high ground for the side for Extraction PH.
Now we can see how this one goes, and now the fight started!
And now it's gonna be the commotion coming out here for the Riot Esports. Gonna be the delay coming for Extraction PH. It's gonna be defeated. Tammy Duke gets taken off the map, gets kicked out of it. But it's gonna be a dive deep tower for the tier 3. It's gonna be getting one more. It's gonna be Xantro killing it, dominating it. It's gonna be Sorio coming in again. It's gonna be Extraction PH getting an ace for the side for Riot Esports. Would you look at that, Vince G? Another amazing play. This is gonna be the final moments right here for Extraction PH. Now they're gonna be pushing the crystal since it is now well exposed. No one's gonna be able to defend that. Extraction PH is not able to defend, but Riot Esports advances to the quarterfinals, Vince G.
I love what Riot Esports shown us. I mean, I kind of like to respect the fact that Extraction PH have shown that retaliation, that resistance, even with Yoru as the jungler, trying to pick up some juicy and juicy kills, but somehow they are falling short when it comes to executing that combination. I mean, for Yeji and Biniak trying to utilize the Diaoshan's flowery potential way too much, together with the Celestial Melody, they're really struggling to find that fight. Because, I mean, just look at the Arlie, just look at the Dash Out. Those two heroes, they are avoiding some AoE fights. They are trying to at least go for the distance. And as for the Arlie, for Zuki's, he has that escape mechanic. He has that skill that enables him to go in and out. And as for Soryu, he just have to fight from the distance. If you want close contact, well, you have BR111 for that, and Kenshin to close the gap and deal a maximum amount of damage. So that is how the game went. So unfortunately for Extraction PH, they need time, and for Riot, they did not give that time to them in order for them to snowball. They just grabbed the victory already.
Actually, I agree with that, Vince G. Now we're gonna be concluding in our third match for tonight. It's gonna be Extraction PH versus Riot Esports. Big congratulations right here for the side for Riot Esports for securing yourselves to the quarterfinals. Extraction PH, are gonna be more tournaments coming here for the Battle for Supremacy, so stay tuned. You have more chances, more opportunities out there. So we are very thankful that you still competed right here against Riot Esports. So that we concluded right here, actually, for the match 3 already. As much as I can say, Riot Esports really taking a dominancy on those camp lanes, you know, taking down a steal. Actually, it's one of the very most important things that Extraction PH can have. It's the enhanced overlord to help them, to give them some time to prolong the game. Not that they cannot prolong the game, it's gonna be a GG's for them because Riot Esports really dominated on that one. But still, we can see from the side for Extraction PH, they really did a good job on how they can zone out the lanes. Not much of a scatter, but we see from the early stages they are having really a scatter there to defend those lanes. I mean, that's what is unique really for Honor of Kings. You don't really expect it, but it's gonna be really fast. Having the fast games, Riot Esports showed it to us, and that is gonna be the match 3 for us today, for tonight. And the next match is gonna be KIDLAT Esports versus one of the great teams right here for the South Asia, versus the Blacklist International. Would you look at that? A very exciting match, Vinci.
I'm so excited to witness that next match, because up next it's gonna be Philippines up against the Philippines. So for now, we have witnessed the series, but we are gonna be preparing for the next one. KIDLAT, Blacklist, gonna be up next here on the Reign Supreme Battle for Supremacy. So this is just the season 1, ladies and gentlemen, and we still have more games to stream tonight. So don't go away, guys. We are gonna be having a short break, and we will be right back with the game number 4.
See you. And would you look at that, we're back for some more action right here for the Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Honor of Kings 5v5. My name is Salo, this is your bodycaster Vince G. And now, taking a look back on our matches right here for the past 3 matches, we actually see the Immortals, NOIHARA ESPORT, KAZOKU IDs, SES INDO, Extraction PAs versus RAYET ESPORTS. They really did a great job on how they can take those matches, but it's gonna be the victors going to be advancing for the quarterfinals. Vince G, what do you gotta say?
Well, I'm much more excited to see what is going to be the next match, because up next, it's gonna be the Philippines versus the Philippines in this matchup that we are gonna see. It's gonna be KIDLAT versus BLACKLIST International. So this is gonna be a huge map for each and everyone. And I know that you guys who's currently watching and stream right now is gonna look forward to what you're gonna be seeing here on this tournament. And this was brought to you by Ray Supreme, Bfstv. We need to thank them because they organized this grassroots tournament for us to enjoy.
I actually enjoyed that, Vince G. Would you look at this? This is gonna be the 4th match for tonight. Blacklist International is actually known for its very unstoppable winning streak for ML, right? I mean, I haven't done or watched some of those ML tournaments, but for a fact that we know Blacklist is really dominating, you know. But for KIDLAT Esports, I have no information for KIDLAT Esports. But will they be able to stand out against Blacklist International? That and for that, that is where we're gonna be seeing it, Vince G.
This is what we are going to see right now. I'm way too much excited. And okay, I got some info. One of the players for Kidlat is probably a female player. So this is gonna be one of the things that we need to look forward to. I mean, the lineups here says that they have Dendro, Yvonne, Ken, Scarlet, and Goro for Kidlat. So I'm gonna be excited to how are they gonna show us what they have up against Blacklist International. But you know, you cannot underestimate these guys from Kidlat. Of course, Goro already is a Grandmaster rank. Dendro already, I mean, all of them actually reached that Grandmaster rank. So probably they knew what they are gonna be doing up against Blacklist.
So we actually have high-ranking players playing right now in the tournament, Vince G.
I mean, I'm not in the liberty to say that, but of course, if they wanted to win, they have to show that
Yeah,
in
they have to
Heroes
show.
Gorge. They have to show that. We need to see that
Need to
in
see that.
action. We need to see that determination. Okay, so this is gonna be an exciting match. Of course, you've said it earlier, Silu, Blacklist International is kind of like an established organization already, and once that they pick up players coming in from different MOBAs right now. So it seems like they are familiar. They are familiar with this game already. Some of them even playing in China servers. So no doubt about that. And shout out to Madame Kaisaya once again for you know saying that I'm getting younger. No, I'm not.
But for that, well, I'm also getting younger, bro.
It's flattering, man. It's letting my guard down, but you know. Anyways, both of these teams doesn't have to let their guard down because this is just a one-time game. This is just a best of one. You win, you proceed towards the next round. So you need this win.
I actually agree with that. Now, having an information that Blacklist is well established, or but for KIDLAT Esports is also having high-ranking players. Well, guys, we're still gonna see because you know having high-ranking players to play right here in this tournament, having a well-established org, it's gonna be a heat of the battle right here, Vinci. You know, having actually the heat of the battle for this battle for supremacy. I mean, that is what we're actually gonna be seeing just in the later few minutes inside this match. I'm really very excited for this one. You know, what are gonna be the picks right here, Vinci?
Okay, so familiarizing us with those bands, Goro will be having the first pick advantage. So for Scarlet, okay, let's pick one of my favorite heroes. I'm gonna go with Kaiyan or Kaiwenji. So Kaiyan here provides a lot of heals, and of course in team fights you can rely on that. You got the earworm crowd control, but the Blacklist immediately answered with a Mai Shiranui and a Zhang Fei. So these like, even though that you showed us your Kaiyan early pick, then we have this Mai Shiranui to at least kick them off. And for Chas having to utilize Zhang Fei, a lot of unbridled outbursts will happen to set things up. But ooh, I like what I'm seeing here. I mean, we've seen Yuan and Byron on the same team, so I mean, I'm not quite sure if Dendro is gonna play this mid or they're gonna be playing this Yuan as a jungler.
Actually agree with that because we're gonna be seeing some Scarlet Snow taking the first picks. Okay, I think it's gonna be a recovery right there. Well, a very good advantage where you can get picked off in the very early stages or early verse matches for the duels. Actually, now having it to take one, it's gonna be inevitable right here for the side for KIDLAT Esports. But what do you think, Vince G, if we're gonna be having some players right around the corner, just having those wonderful positions to counter pick Dendro and Ken Masters?
Okay, so I mean, Kidlat is on the right track. They're reducing the hero pool for marksman. Without Marco Polo, that means one less marksman in the farm lane. So this is gonna give them another option to pick another hero. Might as well go for Arlie is available, okay. We still have the Renji in this game to at least cleanse some debuffs. But for Blacklist, they're keeping an eye towards the mid heroes because yes, they don't have mid heroes yet. Technically, Dendro can play the Yuan jungler, but seems like aside from the Yuan, they still need to pick another effective mage hero that can par up with my Shiranui. Angela. I mean, Angela is way there. We've seen how popular Angelo is. And knowing that Angela can easily win game because of the burst that they have, okay, ooh, they're gonna be going for Ho Yi. I mean, for Blacklist, they did not hesitate. They went in for Pain.
I actually agree. Now having Hui on their side, I think wonderful clashes are going to be provided right here, Vince G. For the side for KIDLAT Esports, yeah, I actually agree that you said they're actually right there on the right track. But how they can subtract it for the equation with the formula, and the mathematical equation for this one against Blacklist International. But you know what I mean about that one, because still objectives are still really a thing right here. Now having much of an advantage right there, taking like one. The overloaded Tyrants, they're gonna be starting in 2 minutes. Then they're gonna be 10 minutes for the overlord and the Tyrant to be enhanced. Actually, I have some information that when the game prolonged, I mean like 20 minutes, there's gonna be a Tempest.
Tempest Dragon. Agreed.
Yeah.
It's the combination of both, man. I mean, Tempest Dragon spawns are really, really OP kind of a dragon that spawns in your lanes. Having these kinds of perks that we see in game, this actually denies them for going above 30 minutes. So I've never seen a game. I mean, I've seen one in a international tournament reach a 30 minutes. I'm not quite familiar with the China meta, but I've seen this in the formal global tournament that almost 30 minutes game did happen in the Honor of King scene. How many Tempest Dragon takes did happen in that fight? It was quite insane to know. But right now, all we need to know is who will win this series. Now, it's not Extraction, it's not Riot, but you're seeing Blacklist and KIDLAT fighting out.
Yeah, fighting it out for the Crimson buff. Would you look at that? It's gonna be Blacklist here, trying to gain that advantage. Gonna be Scarlet now having a hard time. It got launches in the air. It's gonna be an airborne right here for the Blacklist, but never mind. This is Extraction PH. Now the Blacklist have it winning for the first blood. It's gonna be a traded all right here. Actually, for the side for our Extraction PH for KIDLAT Esports. Actually, my bad on that one, everybody. It's gonna be 2-1 advantage right here for the side for Blacklist International.
Oh my.
Black Chami. Would you look at that? Goes in for the tier 2 tower, but you're gonna be able to live because Ken Masters with a flash. And look at that, a smash. A flash and smash from Ken Masters. Man, as I can say, in just 1 minute and 30 seconds, we can actually see that these players are really heated up in the battle.
Flash and smash with the Storm Strike. And again, we've seen a Storm Strike be unleashed by Ken. Of course, electrifying charge were there, but see what's happening here. I mean, Silu, fights are not even stopping because of Blacklist.
Would you look at that? Now they have the 5k advantage, 6k advantage gold lead. Guys, would you look at this? Just in the matter of less than 2 minutes, we can actually see the Blacklist International is really hitting on those with the gold coin lead advantage. Itemization is really on point on this one. There's a much hated battle right here against for KIDLAT Esports. The Overlord and the Tyrant is not yet up. It's gonna be up in the next 2 minutes. Having some information that Tyrant, but never mind, it's gonna be Stomp to Pro, takes it down. This is Chaz taking 7 versus 2. Another gold coin advantage leads 8.1, 3k gold lead. Vince G, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Blacklist. They don't want me to analyze this game. They wanted to do play-by-play. They wanted to do kills after kills after kills. I see what they're coming from. They wanted to end this game real fast, and I can see the rotation right there. And even I mean, even the Clash Laners, even Pei, he managed to use the teleportation to at least go towards the mid, and then that clear kill. 2-9 score, 2 minutes is quite insane.
It is quite insane now having 10k gold in just a matter of 3 minutes. Bro, we're already for the double digit gold coin lead. One of the fastest gold coin lead that I'm seeing right now in this match. Gonna be the Blacklist taking a 1v3. Goro is having a hard time taking the downward dive to the 2. It's getting Masters with a 1v1 for Chaz. We're gonna be a delay. He's gonna get defeated right here. Some to prove he's now eliminated as well as Goro. But still, KIDLAT Esports is having a very well positioned right there on standing up against the Azure Golems and the Crimson Buffs.
Wow, I mean, the fights never stops. Each and every lane that we see right now is quite heavily active, but not for the top lane. It seems like Blacklist International is not gonna show any remorse on the outer tower. But speaking of remorse here, the bot lane is quite hot.
Now Cheesecake is really dominating the scene. It's gonna be a bloodbath for Scarlet Snow. Now the tier 1 tower is down for the top lane. It's gonna be a killing spree right here for the Cypher block. It's gonna be Loifer. But it's KIDLAT Esports right now having a hard time since the Overlord in the tower is gonna be out now and gonna be spawned. KIDLAT Esports, how are you gonna be taking on this ones? Because tier 1 towers are gonna be down and now it's gonna be Ballistic, but Chami is still dominating in this scene. KIDLAT Esports, you gotta catch up on this one because we see that Blacklist International in just a matter of minutes, they're really farming it up in the very early stages, taking the zones, taking the position for the Crimson Buffs. Now having the Crimson Buffs is gonna be a HP regen damage coming from the side for Blacklist International, but KIDLAT Esports, look at that, another launcher to the air, takes one, but gets defeated. Blackchaz is now out of the map, eliminated. A nice kill by Dendro. Would you look at that, a nice pick up. Tier 1 towers is down for the first 4 minutes or 5 minutes in the game.
Speaking, that first 4 minutes, the tower is still quite tanky. It still has their protection on, but just look at the numbers count. 3 towers from all lanes need taken care of, and 10 different kills. 10 in terms of like different kinds of kills, and make that 13, 4-17 score, and they are not stopping. Just look at this. Blacklist International, I think they're in a hurry or something. They still have a priority. They still have a commitment to go to.
Wow, as I can see much now, I'm in awe. I'm gasping for air right now, Vince G, that we see Blacklist International is literally dominating those 3 lanes. Now they're gonna be taking one for the team's gonna be the Tyrant. Now tier 2 is going down in just a matter of seconds. A 3-man push actually. KIDLAT Esports, now they're gonna be having good position right here against Blacklist International. Now they're gonna be delaying that, having a very well position, but gets picked off with those itemizations with that damage. Scarlet Snow is have HP, and we see that Cheesecake is really destroying that tier 3 towers. Tier 2 towers actually now that we have and we're seeing right now. Tier 3 towers or the high ground is still strong and healthy for the side for KIDLAT Esports. Another one is coming right here. It's gonna be untargetable right here for Dendro. Gets the heal. Cheesecake just goes it in, but TP is out. A very amazing. The fear and the scareful scares are coming right here for the KIDLAT Esports.
We have to watch out for Blacklist. They are trying to expose the high ground towers. They try to expose the crystal. They're taking kills after kills. Even Arlie. I mean, Cheesecake is just going in and out, trying to damage the members of KIDLAT Esports. But I kind of like to respect the picks coming in for KIDLAT. They have that double heal set off from Dendro and Scarlet. But for Blacklist International, there's no time for them to heal. We need to burst them down as fast as we can. We need to end this before 10.
I actually agree with that because Cham is now in great trouble diving in that tower, but TP is out. It's going to be a knockback for K Masters. And would you look at this, how to prove gets one. It's going to be a 3-man tower. We're going to 5-man again for the Cyber Blacklist. It's going to be Dendro taken out. This is KIDLAT Esports. Now their crystal is very wide and open. It is exposed to the air. It's going to be Cheesecake taking one. But never mind, Scarlet Snow having a bloodbath. It's going to be Shockwave again. Trembles to the ground. Now it is exposed. Damage is going to be coming in. But some to prove. No, gets defeated by the turret from the tier 3.
This gives room for them to take down the high ground tower in the mid lane, but you can see how disciplined the plays coming in from the Blacklist International was. Arlie goes in, deals a huge amount of damage. He goes up, he goes out, he swaps with Chaz, So that means he's gonna try to take the front. He's gonna provide a lot of shields with the Leaping Savior kind of buff. But, you know, you can see how clean their game were. They are trying to at least swap each and every one. If Arlie goes low, okay, there's chance to save him. Provide him
Look
some
at
good buff.
this is gonna be Goro having a hard time. Gets taken down. It's gonna be a godlike coming from Jammy. Jammy is now on a godlike streak. 30k gold lead. 7 turrets are down. One by one gonna be taken out. Now it's gonna be the final moments right here. It's gonna be for the KIDLAT Esports. Blacklist International getting that CC crowd control. It's gonna be Dendroid right in the front lines. Half of them is already on his half HP. Okay, another amazing thing that they did is they have that HP for the KIDLAT Esports and for the Blacklist International having that advantage to get a second round of the clash.
Red
Vince G.
team has destroyed a
Oh,
tower.
they are knocking on heaven's doors. KIDLAT Esports, the only tower that is left in their base is this bottom high ground tower. And it seems like Blacklist International wants to give it a go, but look at this. Arnie jumps in, but we can see Bayin goes in.
The crowd control is going to be coming in. It's going to be the final moments right here for the KIDLAT Esports. Blacklist International is still going strong in right here. It's going to be the push. 5-man push, but it's going to be a delay. I think they're going to be taking the enhanced, the overlord actually. It's not the enhanced, but it's going to be up in just a minute. But how are you going to be taking it? Because they're going to be going back. They're going to be doing the reposition, giving time for the KIDLAT Esports to take one to push for the matter of the hands of them for those lanes. Taking advantage gold coin lead. You know, they have to got the they gotta catch out for the gold coin advantage lead. So having actually the gold coin, they're gonna be having the utilities or the itemization so they can catch up with the damage and the defenses that are gonna be distributed by the Blacklist. Goro again right here having a hard time just trying to defend, but it's gonna be a Blacklist Chaz goes in. It's gonna be Blacklist Chaz again. Black Chaz goes it in. Dendro taking hard damage. It's gonna be CC and the AoE just going to the front lines, going back to the front lines to the back lines. It's gonna be KIDLAT Esports ending the game, but Blacklist International just advances themselves and secure themselves right here for the Honor of Kings, Reign Supreme, Battle for Supremacy, advancing to the quarterfinals. Vince G, this is a very fast-paced game. They really distributed it for us.
5 seconds before 10. That is the record that Blacklist International is holding. They are insured in a bit of a hurry in this game, and they end this one before 10 minutes. But we cannot deny the efforts being shown by KIDLAT Esports, even though that Blacklist International is clearly trying to zone them out, burst them out, make sure, isolate them, clear the jungles, take down towers in the first 3 minutes of this game. I mean, we can see somehow that the KIDLAT Esports is trying to retaliate. We can see the efforts of Dendro trying to crowd control at least. Ken Masters trying to at least smash everything with his huge weapon, with his huge play. But G1 here, he needs to hit. But I mean, Blacklist International, they did not give them time to farm up because they knew that if KIDLAT Esports farmed up, it's gonna smell trouble for them.
Actually, that is very quite accurate, Vince G. But coming from the side for Blacklist, actually they really did an amazing job on how they can control the camp list. But because for a fact, they really did know that the source of income is going for the jungles, especially for the minion waves. They're gonna be pushing it for the camp lanes. They're gonna be farming it together. Now having that kind of space, it's just gonna be a matter of like seconds or a little bit amount of space coming from the side for KIDLAT Esports.
What a game it is. That is your 4th match of the night, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just halfway through this Reign Supreme day number 3. You know, we still have 4 more series to catch up, and we are still gonna see another Filipino and another Filipino battle it out in the next half. So after this break, we're gonna be seeing Cambodians versus Indonesian. But I believe that's Ignition KH up against Dragon Ocean. But of course, this game is just way too stacked. This tournament, Reign Supreme, you can see the capabilities of each and every team making their name from themselves here, Silu.
Yeah, I actually agree with that because, guys, we just concluded right here on our program. It's going to be the fourth match. KIDLAT Esports with Blacklist International. Big props for KIDLAT Esports for standing up against Blacklist International right here. You got the gods. I mean, I'm very well impressed right here for the performance actually for the Blacklist International. For KIDLAT Esports, there are going to be more opportunities and tournaments here for Battle for Supremacy. So please stay tuned. There are going to be more. So don't worry about that. And Vince G, what are the sponsors that are gonna be said right here on the broadcast?
First, we need to give a huge shout out and huge props to each and everyone who made this Bfstev's Reign Supreme possible. Of course, one of the things that we need to mention right now is Team Wallet. With Team Wallet, you can buy, sell, and trade crypto tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Algo, Solana, and more. So, unlike any other platforms where you need to download and sign up separately to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum, Team Wallet Bot makes it easier and more accessible for everyone by saving your time and efforts through Supreme EFTs or Supreme Exchange Traded Funds in TEAM. Of course, you cannot spell team with TEAM wallet. You can now purchase Bitcoin and Ethereum with just one click. And Team Wallet has integrated all these features into a single system, making it more convenient and efficient for all its users. Search at Team Wallet Bot and Telegram to take advantage of this convenient tool. And another team to have this huge shout out to, Team Tokens. Earn team tokens by referring players to join our tournament, just like this one. These tokens can be converted to cash or used to join the upcoming events in Battle4Supremacy.TV. Supreme Team Draft. Supreme Team offers you the opportunity to be drafted within its ranks by dominating in events like Call of Duty Mobile and Fortnite. Available to all players worldwide, and we still also have, speaking of Fortnite V-Bucks. Using BNB, you can now purchase Fortnite V-Bucks and receive the pin real-time at Team Wallet Bot, just like what I mentioned earlier. And to take note, everyone, all gift cards and prizes needs to be claimed by users. If not, they will be returned to their respective centers. And aside from Honor of Kings tournament, we still have a lot more tournaments like the Fortnite tournament. So if you are a Fortnite player itching to compete, well, we have these tournaments for you. We have these tournaments to at least make sure that you being competitive in the Fortnite scene will be shined through, just like what you are seeing here in Reign Supreme. So be sure to explore our island map, Bfstv, red and blue, to keep yourselves updated. So do not forget to join the Telegram channel at Bfstv Fortnite to learn more, and of course join and subscribe to know more about the upcoming Fortnite tournaments.
And for that, everybody, join the Telegram right now. Download your Team Wallet Bot because this is all we got right here for the Bfstv. And talking about Battle for Supremacy between G, we actually have Bfstv Top Up where you can buy your own Riot points. Go register your own Fortnite V-Bucks and Honor of King points. That's going to be concluding on our fourth match for this program. We are now half of the program already. Vince G, KIDLAT Esports, Blacklist International, congrats for the both of you. Thank you so much for being a great show right here for the side for the Battle for Supremacy. And look at this, guys. We're going to be taking a short break. My name is Silo. This is your bodycaster right here, Vince G. Napakapogi nga. We're going to be back for some more action. We're just going to be taking a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back here on the second half of the Reign Supreme Season 1. The Honor of Kings Grassroots Tournament brought to you by Battle4Supremacy.TV. And we are still your casters for this day number 3. Silu and Vince G, we're gonna be giving or bringing you all the action that you need to witness here. First half, we've seen how action-packed that first half was. It was indeed crazy. We've seen Blacklist International winning that previous series. We've seen a good amount of teams. For example, we've seen the Immortals winning the first series. We've seen SES somehow tries to win that. And for our match number 3, it was RAYET Esports winning up against Extraction. So, now that we are going towards the next half, we are going to witness Ignition from Cambodia up against Dragon Ocean.
Wow, Dragon Ocean. I mean, I can swim for this one, bro, but not expecting a dragon under the water. I mean, for Ignition, Cambodia right here. Well, we're still gonna see, guys, because we're actually right here for the agent picking Vince G. Coming from the other side a while ago from the Blacklist International for KIDLAT Esports, he really did a good job on how they can take the positions. But are we still gonna be seeing some of those same positions coming from Ignition to Dragon Ocean? I mean, that's pretty much a meta already that we're seeing. Early clashes for the jungles, for the following system, for the rotations. I mean, for the Crimson Golems and the Azure Golems, that is like the damage that is like 50% less for like 1.5 minutes for the Primal Barrage or the Rage, actually.
Ooh. I mean, first banning phase of this game, 3 out of 4 supports being removed. Da Xiao Ming, Dolia, Mai Shiranui being the mid one, being removed here. So this gives Ignition to freely pick Angela. And as I've seen on this tournament alone, Angela has that highest pick and win rate already, because we've seen a lot of series tonight that involves an Angela, and we've seen a lot of victories that involves an Angela. So Ignition actually winning this first pick, winning this Angela on their first pick.
Actually, having that, we're gonna be talking about I actually want to talk about you, Vinci, about map of the Hero of Kings. You know, I'm seeing some information right here. Credits to Saikaya providing for the picture, actually for the Hero Gorge map. Okay, I am seeing like a very on point spot right here for the mechanics for Honor of Kings. This is actually what is unique for Honor of Kings. Everything right here is fast paced, everything is well distributed, not like other MOBAs that you're gonna be waiting for like seconds or like minutes for a certain monster to spawn in your camp lane. Having to have an advantage for their camp lanes, we see, yeah, they're actually taking an advantage of those jungle prioritizing in their itemization. I'm seeing right now that in Honor of Kings, that is what is actually unique, is they're gonna be prioritizing not only for the marksman. I think it's gonna be the tanks, you know, the itemization for the tanks, so you can deal more damage or just take or endure more damage from the opposing enemy team. Itemization is really a thing right here, Vince G.
Actually, itemization does matter. If you are gonna try to burst it out with your skills and of course with your normal attacks, well, you need to rely on those damage or those items that you can farm up. And of course, the Honor of Kings, or the Hero's Gorge, is quite rich in terms of like resources. You can farm in lanes, you can farm in the jungle, you can farm by rotating and getting those juicy kills, taking down towers, get those bigger objectives like the Tyrants and the Overlords. So you just need to have that one step ahead towards your opponents. And based on what I'm seeing right now, I mean, for Ignition, they are trying to formulate a lineup that is really good at crowd control. And another hero that has a suppress, aside from Dongwon, is this guy, Liang, which was picked by Crazy. So having this good crowd control kits, thanks to Liang, Ignition is trying to punish each and every opponent, so lock them down into place, disabling them way too much, and then this gives room for Chris and Daniel to attack with Fang and Lam.
Actually having assassin right here for Chris and Daniel having to be a fighter. I mean, having the like in the very early stages of Honor of Kings and this kind of match, I mean, I'm kind of expecting on how they can really take for the lanes, you know, because I don't really see on how they're really farming for their hard lanes or the freezing lanes, Vinci. You know, for the top lane, for the bottom lane, for the mid lane. All I see is they're gonna be having a clash lane. They're gonna be harassing each other for the very first moments inside the game. Now, gonna be harassing on that, having quite advantage for the HP. Well, recoveries exists, but it's gonna be the Reaver Sprite for them. Very early stages, that's actually like the better first objective, right? I mean, taking the River Sprite, taking the Vision Sprite for the other side, and having actually the Crimson Golem and the Azure Golem. You know, the number one thing that I'm curious about is it really, does it really matter if you're gonna be having a funneling system, is you're gonna be really having a sour play or sour taste on those lanes? Because we see from the player of the Blacklist International a while ago against KIDLAT Esports that Blacklist International is really taking on point on those positions, going even diving to the tier 2 tower, Vince G.
Well, they're not even scared because with those heroes that they have, this gives them confidence. You know, having that trust in your team, you know that one of your teammates or all your teammates is not gonna let you die. You just go dive, you just do your job, and the other guys will just gonna try to protect you. So that is the confidence that the Blacklist International had in that early game, and hopefully we can see that confidence from the other teams that we are going to see in the second half, because this transition into a much more confident kind of play, but they already calculated that, you know, they are diving in, but not to the amount that they are greedy and dying too much. You know, that's what you don't want to happen. If you want to start a fight and you lose it.
I actually agree with that because, you know, it's gonna be the what you said, harassing. With you're starting to fight, you don't want to lose it. Now, you're gonna be having the advantage on how you can take it, because harassing in the very early stages, having that half HP, you know, not much of a recovery is gonna be happening for their side, but still, because it's gonna be still the objectives, right? From the very first game that you said, Vince G, it's gonna be the farm situation. It's still, well, I think what a while ago happened is gonna be a farm on the hero kills. You know, I mean, it's still a good advantage because, you know, killing a hero still provides a massive amount of gold, but still gonna be very difficult, since we see that now that Chris from Ignition actually has a level 3 right now. He's a man on 1v1 situation right here for Listen. But you look at that. Okay, there's just gonna be the lane. I think Kizam is doing a good job on having to provoke that situation right there. There's gonna be a 3v3. Okay, funneling systems are gonna be happening right here. Zenki just tipping it out. It's gonna be Daniel taking down for the minion. Would you look at that? It's another gameplay coming from Chris. Okay, they just tipping it out. Not much of a clash that is gonna be happening, but for the Azure Golem, they're gonna be taking it really well. Would you look at that? Ignition, Cambodia, but never mind, everybody's gonna be a first blood right here coming from Ciano. Would you look at that? There's a 4v3, everybody gets stunned, low HP, not knowing where to go, but Bfstv just going for the TP out, you know, having actually to go out of the battlefield. This is what Vince mentioned a while ago. You're going to a fight, you don't want to end it with nothing, you want to end it with something.
Natural born singer indeed. Shano Gibbs, or probably Don, actually gets the job done by getting the first blood and giving an advantage towards the Dragon Ocean. So this gives them an advantage, but for Ignition, they somehow resets that fight thanks to Quason's Chaos Cinders. So back up a little bit. We need to make sure that our teammates... Wait a minute, fights are happening.
Slain an enemy.
Fights are happening right here. It's gonna be the Cambodia having a hard time against the Dragon Ocean. It's gonna be the Indonesian team gonna be dominating on that one. It's gonna be a taking down. Shano gets one, but instead gets traded off with Chris. Now you have two. We are having actually a clash with these two assassins right over here in the corner for the jungle lane. You guys see what I'm seeing right now. farm clashes is really happening right here for Honor of Kings. This is the main objective. This is the main thing that you can do in the very early stages. Guys, we're still 3 minutes in our battlefield. 1 minute is gonna be up for the Overland and the Tyrant, Vince G.
Still, the towers here quite protected, so that means attacks are still gonna come true. But we can see Liang here being stunned, but right now Daji unleashes a barrage of ult. But okay, that's a good turnaround though with the blazing brilliance.
They really did, Vince G. Because of that, they actually did a 3v1, getting an advantage against Dragon Ocean. It's gonna be 1v1, gets ready off. But you look at Lacin takes one, another 500 lead for Dragon Ocean. Ignition, the Cambodian team is right here, just staying strong and healthy for those towers. I mean, I'm having a feeling right here that this game is gonna be a prolonged game since we have 4 minutes in. It's gonna be double-digit numbers right here for Dragon Ocean. Next is upcoming for the Ignition KH. Now, the funneling system is gonna be happening right here in this very moment for the bottom lane. Just a matter of seconds for Zenki to take that actually. Now they're having to delay. Okay, they're waiting in the brush, Vince G. I think there's gonna be a clash happening since there's gonna be a TP going in. They're gonna be taking the Tyrant now that we see Ignition KH just failed their task to zone it out for the Dragon Ocean. Now having Dragon Ocean takes the Dragon again, the Tyrant from them. It is really well in the ocean, Vince G.
You might as well hide in the brush for too long, but it's not for too long that Dragon Ocean is gonna take down one objective. I mean, take down the Tyrant. That's one on the checklist. It was being checked, but for Ignition KH, after the brush attempt, that brush ambush attempt, which no one even took that bait, they decided to go back into their separate ways, go back towards their lanes and focus on leveling themselves up.
Very well indeed, well said, Vince G. Yeah, the brush attempt right there for the assassination didn't very end well for the Dragon Ocean, but still, they got the Tyrant right over here. The advantage right here for the 1k gold lead. Never mind, it's gonna be 500. There's gonna be a brush happening situation. Kizumi with Croissant. And the matter of them hands gonna be 2v2, not engaging too much with the Croissant, but Chris right over here just in the corner gets stunned. It's gonna be Cable getting pushed to the tier 1 tower very, very deep. Repositioning coming from Dragon Ocean. What a very nice ultimate coming from Croissant right there. It's gonna be defeated right here. Kizumi just joins the battle, just gets eliminated with a pickoff from the Dragon Ocean.
Say that again.
Croissant.
Yeah, you sounded like a sexy French there, man.
Croissant.
Yeah,
You know,
that makes me hungry.
You want to make the croissant to my bread.
I have the French bread. Anyway, they have the Overlord.
They have the Overlord already, and coming from the side of Dragon Ocean, having to another one is gonna be suppressed moment right here. It's gonna be the Ignition, taking it, initiating that. Another approach coming from Chris, gets taken over the tower. It's gonna be a push. Is it gonna be an outplay coming from Dragon Ocean? But never mind, it's gonna be Crazy, still alive and very well. But Croissant is just right around the corner, going for their reinforcements, Vinji.
Wow, seems like Ignition. They wanted to fight this one out and reignite the flame that somehow Dragon Ocean shuts down because of the watery ocean that they have. They're trying to at least burn or to control the flames that Ignition has, but you know, Ignition somehow trying to catch back into the action. Might as well say that the gold differential for these two teams is quite much. Ignition KH can still bounce back, but they need to win fights.
That is very well accurate, Vince G, because they have the Vanguards actually right now on the spot, knowing having a split push, Vince G. I don't know what to say about here because they're actually going for the scatter position right now. 2 positions, 2 on mid, 2 on bottom, 1 on top. Gonna be Vanguards pushing in for the towers. 20k gold lead for the side of Dragon Ocean.
Dragon Ocean seems like they're enjoying their lead, but oh, they cannot enjoy this because of the power word control by Liang suppressing that guy, X-Nero, who's gonna take the fall.
And they have taken it very, very well indeed. It's going to be a triple, a double kill right here for the side for Chris. It's going to be Dragon Ocean. Will they be able to take it home with his half HP for Chris, for Croissant? But never mind. They have really delayed that roll. Now they have taken it together out of the equation. The formula is not going to be ratioing for them because now having Vanguards on the other side, we still have the timer going up in like 25 seconds. I have a feeling right here they're gonna be taking one for the Tyrant, then having a quick push to the bottom lane since the tier 1 tower is at its quarter HP. But look at that, Komashi coming from mid. It's gonna be Ignition. Chris with the support comes in, engages, but gets delayed. Listen, goes for the front lines. Having this, but Daniel escapes. What a flee right there. It's gonna be a crowd control. It's gonna be an immune. It's gonna be a stun with an amazing kill by Nero. So Nero is just unstoppable and dominating in that duel.
Props to brother Nero right there. I mean, the dodgy last pick. But wait a minute, they're not stopping.
They're not really stopping right here because they have taken a tier 1 tower. It's gonna be a push for Kisame. Will it be a 2v1, 1v2? Will you able to take it home? It's a matter of minutes. Look at that, they killed themselves in the process. It's a trade with a double kill, but look at that. It's gonna be here, Crazy and Chris. Look at that, they're gonna be taking another one. Zenki having a hard time. Crazy goes for it out. It's in the matter of seconds right here. We're going for the killing spree for Chris and Nero for their reinforcements. The help is coming on the way. Another double kill coming from Cruz. Croissant is just in the other side, getting the bread and butter. It's gonna be suffering in that process.
Ooh, juicy, mouth-watering croissant right there. No doubt about that, providing a lot of good crowd controls and damage. Imagining Crazy walking with the barrier and Fate, and then of course that good amount of control is the way to go, suppressing the key heroes that they need to eliminate. And having that said, for Ignition, they are reigniting their flame once again. Ignition in different position towards the map, they sure knew how to bounce back.
I actually agree with it because for the side for Ignition Cambodia teams right here, I mean, if Dragon Ocean had the advantage a while ago in the very early stages of the match, but Ignition Gate showed its resiliency against Dragon Ocean. Now they're going to be going a 10-minute mark, which is the Enhanced Overlord. Now how are they going to be taking it? Because Dragon Ocean has the most appealing possessions, but never mind, it's going to be Ignition Gate right here. But not only it's going to be a shockwave coming and travels the ground. Waso is just in the very deep threats. Crazy just chasing it all, but Itachi having a hard time. Chris, would you look at that? Now they're gonna be delayed, but it's gonna be Ciano taking for the crowd control. Now they're gonna be taking the Crimson Golem, having the objective taking 2, actually taking 3. Now they're gonna be going for the Overload push. It is enhanced, everybody. It's gonna be a Shadow Vanguard that's gonna be helping them push one of those tier 1 to tier 2 towers. Vince G.
Troll Shadow Overlord. So that means Shadow Vanguards is going to be appearing anytime soon. And what's good about this 10-minute enhanced Shadow Overlord is that this gives freedom for each and every one to have the enhanced version of that Shadow Vanguard that they can summon anytime they want. It seems in that case, Ignition decided to spawn that on mid. And when you decided a lane to spawn that, well, wait a minute, fights are happening.
Fights is happening right there. It's gonna be a right push for the Dragon Ocean. It's gonna be having a hard time. Sits from the back line. It's gonna be Crazy and Daniel going for the kill. Ciano's having a hard time enduring all those damage. Gonna get control. Gonna be launching the air. Itachi and Nero going for the reinforcements. It's gonna be an amazing battle right here. It's gonna be 5-man shockwave coming from the side for Dragon Ocean. Gets into the tower gates, taking 3 at once for the side for Ignition Cambodian team.
Wow, Dragon Ocean, it's not over yet. They still have that glimmer of hope. They are not giving up. And now, Dragon Ocean will be taking what's theirs. 3-3 towers, quite equal. But, of course, in terms of objectives, seems like Dragon Ocean still has that lead. But now, they wanted to have this ultimate lead by taking this Shadow Tyrant at bot lane.
Now that they're gonna be having Shadow Turn, they're gonna be having a 10 plus movement speed, plus 5 when it is out of combat. Another amazing play because you're gonna be having like 70 seconds of the Tyrant buffs. Now having it to be enhanced or shadowed, we are having a prolonged game right here. 16-12, 34k gold lead for the Cyber Dragon Ocean Ignition KH. Look at that. It's gonna be a push. It's gonna be a push here, but it's not gonna be happening since Yano is just on the other side from the front lines. Look at this. Papakita ng mga pinakamalapit ng batak, mga pero sino mandadaig hindi magyayarig. Another one here for Daniel. Getting one, getting twice, but never mind. Getting delayed, but Quason just poked it on the other side.
Blue team has
Ang init.
destroyed a tower.
My mouth watering.
Oh, you need to hydrate, man. Of course, NEXGEN wanted to at least chase down
Shut down.
Chris.
Cheese has to chase down. Would you look at that? It's another advantage right here for the Cyber Dragon Ocean. 16-4, just 2 kills away from Dragon Ocean to keep up the odds right here for the Ignition AH. Goes it again. It's gonna be Lee Sin. Oh, Kizami having a hard time with Quason with the support. Gets a start. Gonna take all AOE control. AOE control indeed coming from the Quason, the bread and butter. Butter? Bread and butter.
Butter. Butter.
The butter and the bread, that is better. It is a butter, but listen, taking damage right here for the side for Kizame. Not knowing Dragon Ocean having those positions for the AOE of 5 members, but it's gonna be here for the 7-year, just going for the lead, going around for the map, searching for its information. But for Ignition KH, they're gonna be having a hard time to defend because those lanes and those mains are in a very far away position. Look at Lee Sin right here. A very well strategized play, but never mind. It's gonna be Tachi trying to get Chase Zenki with the support, but never mind. It's gonna be Crazy just going all out with Chris and Crazy, the duo, the mythical duo is right here, making it possible with the miracles happening. Vince G.
Dragon Ocean waiting for the opportunity for Ignition KH to cross the river and come out of the map, and they can utilize this Shadow Overlord once again to start up a fight. And now the brushes are being utilized. I like how Dragon Ocean checks down the brush and they knew that someone is there.
5-man push. Will this be it? Now having information, gonna be crowd control, it's gonna be suppressed, it's gonna be Quizzy going in again for the backline. It's gonna be Shiano taking down, it's gonna be defeated. Quason just making it the bread and butter, softening it up. It's gonna be Lee Sin taking it down, but in the other hand, Schism's half HP, very low, and it's matters. It's gonna be a rampage coming from Lee Sin. Would you look at that? Another making palo, but they're gonna be going back. Going back, defeated. Would you look at another kill by Nero? Takes Creasy down. Daniel still on the fountain, trying to get the resurrection. Kizame, Quason, Chris still available, strong and healthy. But to the other side, it's gonna be Lee Sin, Itachi still alive and healthy for the side for Dragon Ocean. Would you look at that? 16-17, 43,000 gold coin lead for the side for Dragon Ocean. We're gonna be having a prolonged game. Are we gonna be seeing a Tempest right here, Vince G?
Man, just 4.5 minutes before we can see the spawn of the Shadow. Of the Tempest Dragon. But of course, the Shadow Overlord is gonna be up for grabs. An objective that was denied or that was ignored earlier to pursue that fight, and now finally, Dragon Ocean will be conquering the Shadow Overlord. And now, with the Tempest or with the Shadow Vanguards on their hands right now, I wonder how are they gonna use that.
Well, they're gonna be using that because it's gonna be a 3 split push for the Overlord Vanguards, as we see right now going to the screen. Vanguards are now going for the split push, having an unstoppable play. It's gonna be inevitable right here for the Sapphire Dragon Ocean, because having actually that enhanced Overlord, a very amazing play to split push now. Ignition, the Cambodian team, is ready for its positions to take 1 for the mid, 2 for the bottom lane. It's gonna be Oceano taking down for the golem. I think there's gonna be a clash happening. Not getting Crazy, getting launched it right there in the air.
Ooh, it seems like they wanted to at least get those kills up in the air anyway. But up to Ignition on how are they gonna hold it. And as for Ignition, they still have to be patient. They have to make sure that their defenses are way too up. They cannot let their defenses down. They cannot let their guard down. And now we can see the enhanced Shadow Vanguard is just there. They're using everything they got. Even the Blazing Brilliance just to eliminate that. But for Dragon Ocean, Okay, we're gonna be going for the bigger objective. We're gonna be taking the Shadow Tyrant instead.
Now they have the enhanced overload. They're gonna be taking the Shadow Tyrant in the other hands for the side of Dragon Ocean. Now they have the advantage lead for 2K. Ignition Cage gonna be having a hard time to have a defense on that. It's gonna be 1 minute and 20 seconds for them to take the buff. 1 minute's gonna be clash happening. Instigating. Just a matter of hands. They're taking the widest positions right now for Dragon Ocean. Going for the top lane. They defeated the tier 2 towers. Now they're not equals on those towers. It's gonna be a 5-4 still in the lead for Dragon Ocean for the towers. Not knowing Chris on the other side just escapes for that approach. What do you have to say right here, Vince G, since we are seeing some great positions coming from Ignition in Dragon Ocean?
Okay, this is now getting way more exciting. I mean, this is the first time in ages that I've seen an almost 20-minute matchup. Earlier, way before 15 minutes, the game is already ended. But it seems like for Ignition and Dragon Ocean, neither of these teams doesn't want to back down. They wanted to ensure that they win fights. They win this series because this is just a best of one. But wait a minute, fights are happening.
It's gonna be crazy right here. Gonna get engaged, but it's gonna be control coming from the back line. It's gonna be front lines right here. It's gonna be defeated right from Chris. It's gonna be crazy, having hard times. It's gonna be Lee Sin taken down. He's gonna be shut down for Daniel. Not always gonna be Daniel on the front line. Shannon's having a hard time. Getting a lot of damage right here, trying to endure things, but he's gonna get a resurrection. Gets a double kill instead. Zenki still alive, healthy and well. Getting grasping for air, but now it's gonna be split push for Kizami. Would you look at this? They're gonna be taking a tier 2 tower, which is gonna be exposed right here, just around the corner. Now we are seeing some unstoppable plays coming from Giza. Will this be it? Taking damage. Nero just half HP with those ballistas. Gonna be get spawned in the middle of the fight.
I mean, you can see the efforts from Kizame, man. His efforts is way over the roof with his attempt to at least go for that sneak push. And right now, for Dragon Ocean, we're done. If they don't get caught of this, they might be in deep trouble. Okay, they let the pass. They let them pass.
They let them pass because I have a feeling right here they're gonna be going for a split push for the crystal on the side for Dragon Ocean, not knowing they are having wonderful position. Now they have gotten it back. 9 seconds left, or rather 5 seconds left till the Tempest moves on. Guys, this is it. You know what happens when the Tempest is up, because the Tempest is actually dominating for the Honor of Kings. Would you look at that? The trembling ground, the lightning, the thunder coming right here for the Dragon Ocean, Vinci. Is it gonna be a steal? Whoop.
They are.
Are we waiting? Ignition is just having the wonderful positions on how can they take it against the Dragon Ocean, but Dragon Ocean is very well aware of the situation that Ignition on the other side is just gonna be zoning it in, trying to take it out for the hands of Dragon Ocean to take out the Tempest, because for a fact we all know that Tempest is actually a hard battle to deal with. Where we have clashes happening, many clashes. Shiano on the front lines. Daniel trying to get the damage with a 1-5 for the Tempest. It's gonna be Croissant on the other side from the back lines. Just taking it out. We are now in slow motion.
I mean, after this long fight, I definitely would be needing myself some croissant. You know, this is quite hungry. But 8 minutes, okay. Force field suppression is there, and now he's gonna go bigger picture. Oh no!
Look at that. I'm not seeing right there. It's gonna be
Wait a minute.
post right here coming from Ignition KH. That Cambodian is literally dominating for Dragon Ocean, but Dragon Ocean is right on time to take one more. Would you look at that? It's another defeat right here. They're taking it down. Croissant, the bread and butter, is still living and quite hungry for the kill. Dragon Ocean just quite did an amazing strategy that they can do to distract and go back home to actually defend their crystals. Now they still having the advantage lead for 63, one of the highest gold coin leads and longest games that I've cashed so far right here, Vince G.
They're taking the Tempest. They are taking the Tempest. Dragon Ocean will be taking the Tempest. Croissant!
Goes in. But never mind, it's gonna be a hard time for him to take it out. Gonna be reinforced coming in, but Shadow takes it out. It's gonna be launched in the air. It's still gonna be. Will it be? Look at that. The Tempest is in the side of the Dragon Ocean. Wasson having a hard time getting his slash from that butter. But the bread goes down. This is Daniel just taking it out. Going for the web position. It's gonna be for the side of Dragon Ocean. Just a matter of minutes. How can they take it? Because guys, in this very moment, we all see these players have the itemizations locked and loaded, ready to kill. Just gas and go for it. But for Dragon Ocean, they have the Tempest buff. Will this be the final moments? Because it's gonna be the Tempest Vanguards coming in. Tier 3 towers are destroyed right here.
Look at the map.
Suppressed. Split push. But Chiano just goes in. It's gonna be end for Ignition. He goes down. It's gonna be Daniel taking anyone down. It's gonna be Dragon Ocean winning the game. Ignition KH just lost its match. Wow. One of the longest games that I've casted right here, Vince G. I personally, for the first time, I saw a Tempest on the team here for the side for the Indonesian team, which is Dragon Ocean.
For Ignition, I can all I can say is that the way I see the fight, the way I see Kisame trying to focus on top, it was a desperate move for Ignition to finish the job. We can see the attempt of them almost Kisame ending that game with a single tower or a single crystal push together with the minions, but with the fast responses that came from Dragon Ocean, they prevented the inevitable to happen, and this prolonged them to secure the the Tempest Dragon, and for Quason not being there and trying to steal the Tempest Dragon for the Dragon Ocean. He fell short. He even popped the Sage Sanctuary. But when I believe that when Quason immediately after resurrecting used that opportunity to launch that Blazing Brilliance, he could have been saved. He could have dealt a huge amount of damage. The way that I've seen that Tempest take, he was crowd controlled by by Shano.
Actually, agree with that, Vince G. I mean, this is really crazy for the both of the teams. We have saw a prolonged game that lasted about 22 minutes. Now we just witnessed a Tempest going out because we usually don't see it. But look at that. Honor Kings just put the Tempest down. Tempest Vanguards, the buffs are coming in for a quite easy push right here. I mean, this is really one of the ways that you can win for Honor of Kings against your opposing team. You can just wait for the 20-minute mark, get the Tempest, take everything down in your path. But would you look at that? This is Dragon Ocean taking it, dominating for the win. Congratulations for Dragon Oceans right here for securing yourselves for the next series, which is the quarterfinals. Ignition KH, you still have more tournaments. Still big congratulations to you. We are very thankful that you've competed right here for the Battle for Supremacy. So guys, we just concluded on our 5th match for tonight. That is Ignition and Dragon Ocean for you guys, because we're gonna be back for some more blood right here. It's gonna be IPK from Malaysia and another Indian team, which is Deathwatch Division. So my name is Silo. This is your bodycaster Vince G. We're gonna be taking a short break for this one for the match 6.
We are back here on the Reign Supreme, the Battle for Supremacy Honor of Kings tournament. This is just the season 1, by the way, and we are now done with our 5th match. Let's head over to our 6th match. That means we still have 3 more matches to cover for the night. And you know how fast the time flies. We just started for like, almost 3 hours now. We're live for almost 3 hours now, and fights and matches were way too overrated. I mean, underrated in terms of like seeing the previous match between the Dragon Force and Ignition KH. Man, we reached the 20-minute mark and it was way over the roof. By the way, Vince G and Silu will be with you on the caster's desk, unveiling the 6th match that we have here. Malaysia versus Indonesia. We are going to be seeing IPK and DEATHWATCH division.
That's gonna be DEATHWATCH division in India, Vince G, because IPK is from Malaysia. Now, we actually see that the Immortals dominated the first match in the team for India, but how will the DEATHWATCH division take it home for their home country again against for the Malaysian team right here, which is IPK? Well, yeah, I actually agree with what Vinci said. We are down for our 6th match for tonight. It's gonna be here. The 6th match is now gonna be happening right here for the side for BattleForSupremacy. So let's stay tuned right here because I'm very excited about this one, Vince G. Malaysian team. From day 1 and day 2, we had like so many Malaysian teams that competed right here for BattleForSupremacy. But we saw, guys, you saw that from Malaysian teams, they really dominated the scene.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the 3rd day to prove that they are still one of the best teams here in the Southeast Asian regions. And with that said, we are now seeing some familiar faces in the prison. I mean, removing Dashao, Dahlia right off the bat, another support heroes being targeted with each other, IPK and Deathmatch. I mean, just look at how they are trying to analyze this entire draft that they are seeing right now. So probably go for an early ban of supports, just like what IPK says. Okay, let's go for Zhangfei. For DEATHWATCH, who's gonna be it? Who's gonna be the last ban? Okay, Hino. Good decision actually.
It's actually a good decision coming right here from the side to those bans from the DEATHWATCH division. What's actually I'm having fun here, Vince G, is the names.
Zinger Monkey? Pineapple Talk?
From IPK. I don't know what's the names.
You don't know how to say. I'm going to say the hero instead. I mean, I don't know how to read that, but there you have it. We have the Yarya pick by this guy right here. So Yarya pick.
Yes, we don't know actually.
Okay, wait a minute.
We don't know. Huh?
Well, hopefully we can see. I mean, you know, Malaysians, they still have the Chinese blood in them somehow, so might as well have that IGNs in them. They know how to read those characters. But of course, Mr. Marco Polo guy is gonna be the 2nd pick for IPK.
From the Marco Polo, what is the name, Vinci, for the first one?
The Yarya hero.
Yarya, then the Marco Polo. The 3rd one is gonna be one with the Execute. I think it's a warrior.
It's an Elaine.
Lane?
Elaine. No!
Elaine.
I wanna get Elaine.
Chill.
I wanna get Elaine, okay?
Elaine.
They wanted to get Elaine in their draft. And it seems like Elaine is one of those heroes that are really, really in demand right now. Clash lane wise, he can dish out a really decent amount of damage, whether it is physical or magical. Death by Sunrise is a really good kit to evade or avoid potential danger and hit out or dish out huge amount of damage. Elaine is gonna be your kit to go guy there, but he's gonna be up against a Mayin. Do or die.
Executes are coming actually for those spells. I mean, I think we're gonna be seeing some very aggressive gameplay coming from the side for DEATHWATCH division, because we all know that for the side for DEATHWATCH division, this is gonna be execute spells. No, the first thing that I think I saw execute spells was from Mobile Legends.
I mean, let's see if ever that we're gonna be seeing right now. I mean, execute is quite like an easy get to go skill having them to eliminate them way too early. Okay, so now I have the results. So I bought this time to use my phone to use translate. Okay, so the Yarya says here, his IGN in English says that ask Tai to come out. What?
Astagi?
I mean, look at the lane here. What is Little Pink again? Look. I mean, look at the Google Translate
Oh,
did to me.
Oh,
See?
so you did translate it.
20-year-old walking on the wall. I don't know how to pronounce that in Chinese.
In 20, the 20-year-old. The 20-year-old goes in.
I'm gonna stick with 20. I'm gonna stick with 20.
Yeah, you're gonna stick to 20.
I have 25 here. 25-year-old tower used as a crutch. I mean, does it make sense? I don't know.
25 then 20. Then for Elaine is what do you call this one?
What?
The wall? The wall? Like from the SQ with Elaine?
You wanted to know the IGN or something?
Yeah.
Look, what is Little Pink again? That is what it says here. Look at
What
that.
is Little Pink again?
It is.
25-year-old tower as a crutch.
I don't know, but seems like they're gonna be here giving us a lot of good stuff here tonight. I mean, not only it's not about the names, all about how they play this one out. So this is gonna be exciting. IPK and DEATHWATCH, Malaysia versus India. Who is going to win this game, and who is going to be the star of this game? How about if IPK wins this one? Who is going to be the MVP in this case? And how can we read his name in this case?
I actually agree with that, Vince G, because having these names is actually quite hard for us to guess, but it's okay because we're still gonna see, because these players, IPK, they deserve to be here. I mean, if they got the skills, they have the worthy of their strategies and synergies to play here. I mean, they really do deserve to be here. And for the Cyber Deathwatch division, they actually have a good rotation play right here, since there's gonna be a recovery, there's gonna be an execute, there's gonna be a smite. Still at the side for IPK Gaming, we only have one flash from 20. It's gonna be Zinger Monkey with a smite. It's gonna be a lane with the execute. Now happening right here for the side for Deathwatch division. Early harassments or clashes are gonna be taking upon place to get a river spread, because it's actually one of the best objectives. And would you look at that, now they have it. It's gonna be Spirit Vision again for here the top side. Deathwatch division getting it, securing that. IPK 2.7k, 2.6k. They're gonna be chasing it, Vince G.
They'll be chasing it. I mean, they need to chase it down. But for the first minute, there's still no kills. There's still no engagements. We see engagements, but they are heavily focusing on objectives. And for the Lady Zen on mid, he's gonna try to at least make sure that they control every minion wave that is coming through. But wait a minute, First Blood for
First
my
blood. Flourish blood is coming in from Do or Die. Would you look at 20 getting the spot and takes it the trade? Look at that. 4.2, 4.4k still in the side for IPK game, getting that. Getting that birdie. Ooh, they got that birdie, everybody. And look at that. It's gonna be monks going for the gank, helping Pineapple Tug. The House of SpongeBob just recently became a tug, you know.
Pineapple Tug, and it's like they're punishing 25-year-old or 25 something. The IGN says that. I mean, thanks to Google Translate, but okay, Mayin is gonna try to vacuum a lane coming in close, but you know, I can see how actively IPK in terms of like respawns. Yes, they might lose a hero, but they have that immediate answer.
I actually agree with that, because we're actually seeing some IPK with the funneling systems going on. Deathwatch division not making much of a move with the funneling, but still we see that Beerus is actually going around and around for the objectives. But never mind, it's gonna be IPK getting that Crimson Golem. A nice advantage take coming from IPK. This is what I like it about it, Vince G. Having to take one of the objectives from the other side of the team, from the jungle lanes or the camp, Look at that. They are now in a 1K gold lead. It's gonna be Deathwatch division. They're gonna get a bad decision for Zinger Monkey. The Zinger Monkey goes in, but never mind. It's gonna be 4-man push right here. Pineapple Tug taking a lot of damage. Aside for the Beerus. Getting defeated right here for Marco Polo. The 25 goes in. Would you look at that? Another one for the Marco Polo. Another one for Boko. Baka. Zabaka. You're gonna be getting it actually. Now you're gonna be delaying it, not having of a much invested clash since they know that Deathwatch division is having a hard time against IPK Gaming since they have what like 2K gold lead already. Still, 3 minutes in the game. Half minute till the Overlord and Tyrant goes up and resurrected again, Vince G.
Well, probably they are investing when it comes to getting those farm up, get those objectives first, get those quick and juicy kills. And for IPK, they're doing it right. And you can see the couple blaze quite hurt Lamb a little bit. But for Marco Polo, for 25-year-old, he is quite now confident because of Yaria's ultimate. He is now above Marco Polo's head. So that means provided shield to withstand a decent amount of damage, so they can still make some plays. Speaking of this,
making some plays. Look at that. The Overlord and Tyrant is now up. The tower shields have been scattered, but the ballistic spawn is now ongoing for each of those lanes. Overlord still alive and healthy and well. They're not gonna be taking some of those objectives very well, but the mission control of the objectives. Pineapple Talk and DJ Mouse together right here in the side for the bottom lane. Taking it down. Marco Polo having a good time against this one. It's going to be spam, but Zinger Monkey engages a good approach with the crowd control. Goes in, launches in the air. Pineapple Talk having a hard time. Would you look at that double kill from the Marco Polo? This is what I'm talking about. Purify, especially with the marksman of Marco Polo.
wow. I mean, just look at Marco Polo's favorite barrage. I mean, the Splendid Revolver, favorite barrage, quick and easy amount of damage, bringing it to the Deathwatch division. So you have to watch
approach again, instigating that attack. IPK is just aggressive on display, having 5K gold lead already, taking the Azure Golem. Okay. As much as we know, Vince G, now that we see some teams are taking those objectives or those positions from the opposing team, I think, I mean, we're not calling it, but they have the advantage as well.
Definitely, they have the advantage. They played it smart. They played it by the book. And right now, they can reap what they sow. They are now trying to reap what's theirs by starting to take down towers after towers. So for them, clearing out the lane, clearing up the towers is a really, really good thing for them because they can pretty much invade the jungle camps of Deathwatch division or actually go for that other lane push. It seems like top tower is going to be up for grabs anytime soon.
The outer tower is now low in its HP. It's gonna be do or die, having a difficult situation against the Deathwatch against the IPK Gaming. But at the about side, it's gonna be an amazing approach. DJ Moms getting approach. Marco Polo, its ultimate skill with an amazing play. It's gonna be a flash coming in. Pineapple Tug having it with what Marco Polo deals a lot of damage. He needs some milk, but Pineapple Tug is gonna get that juice. It's gonna be do or die. The tower goes deep in, and it's gonna be a kick. Would you look at that? A nice play coming from do or die.
Blue team.
It's either you do or die, Vince G.
Do or die. Actually, they are dying, but they are trying their best to at least punish down the members of the IPK Gaming. IPK, we can see their momentum shifting towards them, and we can with this gold differential right here, they are trying to make sure that end this game and will not reach the 25-minute mark. And you know, as I'm talking, he did do or die. He did eliminate him.
I actually agree with that because it's gonna be defeating another one. Would you look at that? That is 20, killing Beerus in the process. Gonna be getting a double kill for Baka. Do or die, having a hard time again, but for Marco Polo dealing a lot of damage. This is gonna be a prolonged game since would you look at that? The Yara is just gonna be pushing that tower. Yeah, the lane. They're gonna be getting the tier 2 tower. A very amazing play. Marco Polo is dealing damage. Look at it. Goes in, instigates it. But FD Monks goes it again. Another one coming right here for the side for RAYET. Having a hard time. Tier 1 tower still active, but gets taken down. It's gonna be a double kill for Marco Polo. Bfstv, this marksman is unstoppable.
Man, expect that is going to happen in the Marco Polo. That's why this guy is quite in demand when it comes to the farm lane role. As a marksman, he deals a certain amount of damage. He can easily be in the center of attraction, be the source of damage in the AoE. Pepper Barrage and Splendid Revolver does the job for them, especially for him to dish out a huge amount of kills. So that's one of the things that I'm going to be expecting. A Yarya and a Marco Polo combination, it never miss. It works out way too much. And look at the itemization here. The items shows that for IPK Gaming, they are farming it right.
They are farming it right. Very well accurate said there, Vince G. Now that IPK Gaming, I love how they gotta be initiating on that battle. It's gonna be 2v3. Now, never mind. It's gonna be ReinForce coming in. It's gonna be a lane taking one down for the XQ. It's gonna be Zinger Monkey taking one more. Pineapple having a hard time. 4v1, but 4v2. It's gonna be two or die still here with the DJ Monks. Still on the top side. It's gonna be a push from the Vanguards. Now they're down with like 5 towers at least. DEATHWATCH division so far hasn't have any other objectives for a moment. I love that the IPK is skipping up a good job on their facing of those objectives, but gets deep in those towers. Gonna Marco Polo again, getting a kill, diving to the crystal. It's gonna be exposed in just a matter of seconds right here. Tier 3 tower, the high ground is now theirs. IPK taking one more for the tier 3 tower inside for the middle. It's gonna be Shadow Vanguards going in. It's gonna be a hard time for the DEATHWATCH division. Taking things, it's not gonna be a slow place right here because the super minions are coming in. A rampage coming for 20. Will this be the final moments right here for the DEATHWATCH division? We're still gonna see, we're still gonna know because IPK Gaming has quite a lot of advantage. Literally getting pineapple tug, getting stoppable for 20, getting a double kill, but never mind. Look at that, double kill for 20. Gonna be the crystal exposed. Gonna be Marco Polo going for that final tower. Would you look at that? Crystal is now broken. DEATHWATCH division has been having a hard time for those objectives, and IPK is really dominating in this one. Vince G.
IPK, what can I say? They made this so fast that their record right now is 4 seconds faster than a Blacklist. So remember, Blacklist International won at 9 minutes and 55 seconds. They just did it at 9:51. So look at this. Look at this. Yarya didn't even die. He managed to contribute 14 assists. And for Marco Polo alone, this 25-year-old Marco Polo user guy, even with the Sage Sanctuary on, he didn't even need Sage Sanctuary. 10 kills and 4 assists and 14 KDA for this guy. This is quite insane. And for Ganjang and Moye on the mid lane, surprisingly dishing out huge damage, 6 kills and no deaths after all. But for Zinger Monkey, okay, I died once, I killed once, but I contributed a lot towards my team. And just look at this good amount of items. This gives them a good opportunity to end this game. Marco Polo has that Doomsday Spark Forge dagger up, and together with the Elaine having the Spark Forge again. Frostcar for Zinger, Blazing Cape for Zinger as well. So they knew how to handle their items while it's still hot, and they strike while the iron is hot. They end this. They congratulations for IPK for winning this series.
Yeah, big congratulations right here for the side for IPK for advancing yourselves for the quarter elimination. This is the quarterfinals. Still, big congratulations right here for the DEATHWATCH division for standing up IPK. You're still going to be having more tournaments on the other side for the BattleForSupremacy. So that already concluded on our 6th match for tonight. Vinci, would you look at that? Time flies really, really fast right here. But we're still gonna see because we still have 2 teams, which is AXG NEXGEN, AXG REVITALIZE. Still gonna be competing. These are Filipino teams, and the next match is gonna be actually Team Manila versus Team AXG NEXGEN. Would you look at that? Another Filipino team in the scene competing against each other. This is the Pinoy Pride, Vince G. But I gotta say, guys, We're gonna be taking a short break right here so we can prepare for the next battle coming in for AXG Next Gen Team Manila. My name is Silo. This is your bodycaster Vince G. We're gonna be taking a short break. And we are back for some more blood in action right here. Action-packed gameplay from the Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme. My name is Salo. This is your bodycaster Vince G. And would you look at that? We are down to how many already of our matches, Vince G? We are down to 6 matches and we got 2 more to go. And this is going to be very exciting because this is AXG Next Gen versus Team Manila, Vince G. How are we going to be expecting things right now, Vince G, since these are both Filipino teams?
Well, we've seen one battle unfold. Earlier, it was KIDLAT and BLACKLIST International who managed to fight it out, both of which are representing the Philippines. But BLACKLIST International, they managed to end it before 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 55 seconds to be exact. So KIDLAT Esports, they managed to give their all. They gave what they're 100% in order for them to answer to BLACKLIST International's familiarity with the scene. But you know, good tries for KIDLAT, but this is quite a different story because AXG, one of the known teams here in esports of the Philippine esports, they're trying to amp it up with AXG Next Gen. I mean, I've seen AXG participating in some local tournaments way before. I mean, for REVITALIZE, I've seen them play locally. I've seen them play in a local setup of an Honor of Kingsland tournament. So for them, some of these players, I've seen them before. So later on, they're gonna be playing with ZINO Esports. But for now, Next Gen and Team Manila might as well have it right now.
Yeah, I'm very well excited about this one because this Next Gen, you know, from the name Next Gen, it's gonna be next generations, Vinci. But for Team Manila, I mean, we're still gonna see, guys. I have no history right here, but for the information that Vince G gathered right here, we're actually seeing some amazing combat plays coming. Very next for the Next Gen, and look at that, we're gonna be straight right here going on to our hero picking, Vince G. Can we discuss, Vince G, on what have they banned, on what are gonna be the most fascinating plays that we can go for the combo strategy for the heroes?
Combos here. Ban wise, still Zhangfei is a pretty justifiable ban. You know, you don't want a really tanky support guy providing a lot of shields with the Leaping Saber, providing some good crowd controls, and it seems like Team Manila taking notes of what happened in the previous game. No Marco Polo for this game, but still Daciao being removed as well. Dolia, can it be removed? Or, you know, can Dolia make it into the draft? That's the question right now.
Actually, the question right coming here for Team Manila, since you have the information that Next Gen has been competing in some local tournaments for Honor of Kings, I mean, I can't sense the vibe that they're a very well established org, you know. But for Team Manila, I have no information then, but hey, we're still gonna see because Save Tricks, Pepay God Mode, Ahogun, or you just call it Hugh then PJ, they're gonna be competing right here against Next Gen. Now, oh, look at that, Smite coming from Drix. Could be seeing some jungles.
Oh, jungles can come into play in the form of Nakoru, which is really nice. But for Dun, actually, okay, another good hero to pick to at least answer towards the aggression being shown by Team Manila. For Dun, actually, we can rely on his ultimate to at least get close, but we have Mikey Gun. He's gonna try to trample it all out with the... Okay, he's not gonna lock in with the Lian Po, but another hero that I have not seen in quite some time now is this Charlotte. Very Filipino. Charlotte.
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 Yeah, Charlotte.
You're gonna be making like a Sasha mode, like Charlotte's. Charlotte. Charlotte!
Charlotte pop my finger. Oh, is that the right
It's
name?
Charlie, bro.
Okay.
Charlie. Charlie bit my finger.
Charlotte bit my finger. But he's gonna slice and dice. Let's see if he can like utilize the try slash very well. But another hero that quite annoys right now is Liang actually.
Yeah.
So this overshadows the popularity of Dongwon. But with Liang making it out in the global scene, he's being prioritized way too much compared to Dongwon's capability. Before Liang was released, it was Dongwon who does the job. Tanky, Snake Guy, who does the suppress with the Forsaken contract and all those orbs that they have. Right now, Liang, he can go mid, he can go support, and that's what they want about this guy. But speaking of which, he's gonna be the roaming because they have the Angela already.
I actually agree with that. Now having the Angela as support. I mean, we pretty much saw the past few matches for the Angela right here. They're really quite dominating for it as a support. You know, very amazing play. But for AXG Carrier, the Purify goes in again. A marksman, maybe a recovery. Still gonna see, but the flashes are still present right here for the both of the teams. Jared, the Mikey can have the flashes. Pepe Godman and Seb has the flashes. I mean, what are thoughts, Vince G, on having those flashes? Because for a fact that I played Mobile Legends before, then Wild Rift, you know, there are two different mobile games. Flashes are still in the game. For me, is it like unique for Honor of Kings to still have those flashes?
I mean, they need the flash. I mean, if you're talking about your heroes who doesn't have even an escape mechanism, well, Flash is your friend. I mean, for Angela to survive some team fights or to chase down opponents when you need to burst them out, well, Flash is your go-to skill. I mean, for Holy as well, it can be effective, but it's either him going on a frenzy, but Flash is way too important because Holy cannot protect himself. He needs to be taken care at all costs before he snowballs, because we knew the potentiality of Holy as an attack speed monster attacker in the farm lane. So he needs more time to improve his attack speed, his damage, and that is why Flash is a really good skill to chase down opponents with this arrow or probably go back, save himself from potential danger. So Flash is really important for this game, for these players, especially if your hero that you're using right now doesn't have that escape mechanic.
I'm actually fond about other from other spells from Honor of Kings, because we actually have like Disrupt, we have a Flash, Execute, Frenzy, Heal, Intimidate, Purify, Smite, Sprint, and Stun. I actually saw some of them use Stun already, but I think there's no Interrupt or a Disrupt or an Intimidate is gonna be present from the past few games. I mean, what are like the advantages having like the Intimidate, the Disrupt, where you can also get it from the utilities or the abilities that you can have it from your heroes?
Well, some of them actually has that unique capability. Skills wise, you cannot have it all, but of course you need those kits. Somehow you need those amount of damage, but somehow you need to find that crowd control. You know, have to weaken their defense with the Intimidate, that's one. Go wild with the Frenzy, that's two. Especially with the early, you need that. Gao, especially in some case, Mage relying on the Frenzy skill, and of course Shangguan, who's gonna be boosting up his attacks. But bot lane wise, seems like Luara being safeguarded here by Ming.
Being safeguarded, but look at that. It's gonna be a first blood coming right here for the next gen. 1-0, everybody, with wow, a massive goal lead right there. With like 1 minute and 30 seconds. Gonna be Tricks right here engaging, and Seb with the flash coming in for the side of Dre. Ooh. Very escape mechanisms are gonna be taking place right here, everybody. Since it's gonna be the trade system coming right here. Carrier goes down. It's gonna chase down by Trix and Seb, not able to tackle on that situation. Gonna be a visit to the mid. Hello, Bisita, would you look at that? Launch to the air. It's gonna be Trix on his low HP, gets defeated. Look at that, Jared is now down. It's gonna be Raya going for the 1v3, gets chased down. It's gonna be, look at that, the amazing play. What a counter play coming from Raya, but Seb is gonna be having a hard time. Would you look at that? Seb takes it down. A sniper. Another one is taking place. Another one.
Just like DJ Khaled has to say. I mean, Scorching Barrage actually nails down that pretty good kill. Angela will be walking away. Seb here, he's gonna walk away to safety. But no, Seb here, he just needs to reach down level 4, get his magic items up. But for Keria and of course Liang here protecting the Hoyi in this lane. I mean, look at Liang, look at Pep by God mode. He's just unleashing a lot of faith, but wait a minute, he's been targeted.
Pepe Godmo just goes down. It's gonna be a kill right here for Raya, but it's gonna be a reinforcements coming in. But Raya, look at that. Trix going for the front line. Seb going for it. And the BJ gets a stun. It goes for the control, but never mind. It's gonna be a dive to the tower, but never mind. It's gonna be a delay for the Team Manila.
Are really hungry right now, but for Team Manila and ASG NEXGEN, I mean, just look at how they are trying to even up the scores. Just look at the goal lead. It's not way too much. The kills are just there. After that kill, someone is answering back towards them, so it's just trades after trades. Ming protecting Luara in this lane, ZP and the Keria connection on the bot lane, but for Pepai and PJ working hand in hand. You know, the power control that Pepai has can really help out PJ in order for him to scale up farm. And now he's free. I mean, Pepai and PJ are now free, but ASG NEXGEN seems like they are applying so much pressure on the other lanes, top and bot. But for Raya, it seems like, okay, seems like it's free. We are trying to at least loosen up farm lane a little bit. Might as well contest that. Go for the Tyrant this early.
Yeah, the very early stages, we see the Tyrant is now spawned, but for the other side, it's gonna be Overlord going for the side for Team Manila. The Tyrant goes for the next gen. Ooh, what a quick disparity of those skills, because they're having actually an advantage for the 12.1 and 11.7k for Team Manila, but still depends, because look at that. Gold in, it's gonna be engaging. Another approach coming from the side for Team NEXGEN. Another one takes one. The tier 1 tower is now down. It's gonna be a visit from J Ray. Jared just takes it down. Pepai God mode is not on its mode right now, since the Shadow Vanguard is gonna be going in from the side for Team Manila, getting that Azure Golem. But Trix having a hard time to take it over for the spotlight. Mikey Kyun on the top side, making it immune for the minute. But Ahun is having a quick of a trouble right here against Mikey Kyun, since the damage output is very high for its one. But Team NEXGEN is really pushing it hard right now for the tier 2 tower going down in just early as 5 minutes, Vinci.
They want this game fast. They wanted to end this game while they have the momentum. And right now, there's no excuse for them to not take every objective, from towers to jungle camps. It's gonna be an easy task for them. They wanted to make sure that they have to maximize the space, but Mai is gonna make sure that he's gonna get Taco Ruru.
Trix is having a hard time. It's gonna be killing spree right here for Jada. Gonna be pushing the tier 1 tower, but never mind. Shadow Vanguard is having a hard time then. But for the side for Team Manila, they're going to be taking advantage for that space, and NEXGEN's going for the funneling system right here. The 3v2 in this situation. Grimson Golems are coming for the side for Team Manila. They have to get a comeback for the gold economy lead, since it's still activated in just a matter of seconds. Tier 1 tower from the mid, from the glass lane, still active and very healthy, but the tier 1 towers are down, especially for the Team Manila's bottom lane. Since tier 2 tower is down, the only tower left is the high ground of 5-man. Supposed to be a 5-man. Look at that. They're engaging right there. It gets suppressed. Pepe Godmo is all low HP. Jara is just unstoppable in this very moment. CP takes one. Gonna be deep to the tower, but taking down the tier 2 tower. Look at Jara. It's just on a rampage on the other side. An amazing play. Pepe God mode in its danger moments, and Raya just quickly gusses it out.
They need more time. I mean, for the lineup of Team Manila, which heavily relies on time. ASG NEXGEN, they're not gonna let them have it. I mean, they're just creating so much pace. They're just getting all those juicy kills, and even though they're trying to fight it all out, it seems like Team Manila is in a losing effort right now, one after another. ASG NEXGEN, they are keeping an eye on kills, objectives, and at the same time, seems like they wanted to be the one who end this game early today.
Yes, very early in the break of dawn, because we see that Tier 2 towers is now going to be down for the both side of the field. For Team Manila, Tier 2 towers are down. Only the high ground are present. Very well and active, but NEXGEN, no towers has been taken so far. But only having like one tyrant, but NEXGEN having one tyrant, then Team Manila having Overlord. Well, for those buffs, it's quite having a difficult accuracy right there. But for Team Manila, 6-8, everybody still in the lead for NEXGEN with a cold coin lead of 25k.
It seems like AXG NEXGEN, they wanted to make it quick. They wanted to make it fast. And right now, they are not wasting any time. Of course, Hoyi's ultimate is not gonna connect to anyone, but that's a really, really good commitment if they wanted to at least get some information, but they won't be getting any information about that. Chare is gonna steal some jungle camps out of them. Team Manila here, they need to tighten up their defense because that's their only hope. They need to make sure that PJ is gonna get those attack speed items, those damage items that he's longing for right now.
We actually see that they're gonna be taking a tyrant, but
Wow.
on the other side, but gets Team Manila, gets the Overlord. Would you look at that? 2-2, but still 6 towers are down for the side for Team Manila, having a hard time. Tricks on the very low HP. Team NEXGEN is really dominating. It's being unstoppable right here for the side for Jare. Look at that. Another one by ZP. A double kill. PJ is the only one active, alive and well for the side from Team Manila. 10k gold lead coming from the side for NEXGEN. Would you look at that? There's gonna be Overlord Vanguard in the side for Team Manila, but it's gonna be unstoppable at least for the mid lane. Taking him down. The high ground is still active. The crystal is now exposed. Look at that. Dive to the tower. It's going to be a shutdown coming from PJ, but never mind. The killing spree coming from ZP. Another one takes it down. It's going to be NEXGEN taking the win, taking it home right here against Team Manila. We see, I think that Vince G really predicted on this one, since AXG and NEXGEN are really on this one for the honor of kings. Big congratulations for NEXGEN for securing your spot for the next series.
For the next generations, congratulations. They managed to end it fast. And based on the records, 9 minutes and 16 or 17 seconds, that's way too fast for
It is
this
way
day.
too fast.
Way too fast. We've seen 25 minutes. We've seen 9 minutes and 55 seconds. We've seen 9 minutes and 51 seconds. But this one, 9 minutes and 16, 17 seconds. Wow, AXG has some priorities needs to be done, because I believe for ASG next generation, they wanted to sit down on their bench while they are gonna be watching their sister team play, because up next it's gonna be the ASG Revitalize having a fight, having their match up next as our main event. Silu.
It's gonna be actually Revitalize versus ZINO Esports from Myanmar. Another amazing play right there coming from NEXGEN a while ago, because they're actually taking the positions, zoning out the positions for the camp lanes, taking the Cheetah, then the Tusk Boar, actually for Team Manila. Not having that Crimson buffs, that's what we see from the side a while ago from the Blacklist. They're really taken on the spot for the jungle or the camp, having the objectives on the zoning phase, taking it down for the gold coin lead advantage. Now having the golds, you're gonna be having some itemization that can really up the experience for the heroes, each and every one. Now having the split push for the tower, we already see a while ago a 5-man push from the bottom lane, taking the tier 1 tower down, going back to the top lane, taking it the tier 1 to the tier 2. Sinasagat nila till the high ground, goes for the mid for the final clash, goes from tier 1 tower to the tier 3. Amazing gameplay right there, Vince G.
Well, amazing play, and we are gonna be seeing more and more. This is gonna be the the final moments of day number 3, because up next we are going to be seeing the main event. So you've said it. We are going to see Philippines versus Myanmar, and probably this just wait for the players and teams to warm up a little bit, because that match between two Filipinos, Team Manila and the AXG NEXGEN, it was way too fast. So might as well have a really short break to at least loosen up things a little bit before we head over to our main event for tonight. So, Tilo and Vince G, see you guys later, because the main event is gonna come up next. So, Reign Supreme, Battle for Supremacy TV Season 1 is gonna be back here. So don't go away, guys. We'll be right back.
you look at that? We're back for some more action right here for the Battle for Supremacy reign supreme 5v5 honor of games. My name is Harold, this is your broadcaster Vince G. Would you look at that? Because right now, AXG Revitalize is now in its moments with ZINO Esports. And would you look at that? We're now, without further ado, come on, let's go for the agent, for the hero picking action right here. Because Vince G, please process us of what's happening right here in this very moment on this match.
Hey yo, what's up? This is Vince G, yo, and now they are picking those. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But anyways, they are gonna be They're gonna be banning out those annoying heroes. I am gonna try to rap out, but it's not my thing. Anyways, for Princess Frost, it's really refreshing to see her in ban, and I believe that they are pretty much annoyed by the capabilities of Princess Frost, and I've never seen Princess Frost a single game with Princess Frost tonight, and now I'm gonna be seeing her in the ban pool. Okay, that makes sense because for AXG Revitalize, we're gonna go for the dash out. I'm gonna go for the quick and easy dash out pick because it's open. But another open heroes we can see right now, ZINO. Well, let's not ask who is gonna be their pick because ZINO already confirmed that they're gonna be going with the Angela. So no more ZINO. It's confirmed it's gonna be Angela for their pick. And a Zilong.
Oh, a Zilong going for the farm. I mean, this mine is still present right here, Vince G. But for the side for I'm having a hard time to pronounce it. It's gonna be Yelly. Let's just go with Yelly. Yelly. Yeah, Yelly. For the side for Revitalize or AXG. I mean, Ellie.
Ellie.
It sounds like you're saying in a yodeling song.
They're gonna yodel a lot.
Get out of the road.
They're gonna yodel a lot here. As he's like dash out, he's gonna be unleashing a lot of coins and setting up a lot of plays. Still orally available, gonna be up for grabs. No marksmen inside for the other team, ZINO. For them, they're gonna be targeting out the heroes that they don't have. Since that they have the orally, for ZINO, they can target the junglers. They can target the mid lane if they want to. But for HG Revitalize, seems like there's no marksman currently present in this game, so they can remove the farm laners. They can remove the supports that they can still use. And for ZINO, another mid hero to be removed. Okay, good call for Hano to be removed out of the game. Hano actually can fit both jungler and mid, and most likely they don't want that. I mean, Hano, you can like get a big question mark. But for Sunbin, why are you removing Sunbin? Why?
I mean, for this one, because it's gonna be actually having seen from AXG. Yeah, what from Vince G said, there are gonna be no marksmen that are gonna be present, but still we have the last two picks, so it's actually kind of a good play because your marksman to be exposed in the very early stages for the hero picking, because you're gonna be getting counterplayed. Now having a counterplayed by the opposing team like ZINO Esports, well, having a counter pick for your marksman is gonna be having a difficult situation especially for the clashes. Imagine you're just gonna be dealing a high damage output for your marksman, but suddenly two assassins are gonna be going for the backlines. I mean, it's gonna be an end, Vince G.
It'll be hard if you have a lot of assassins targeting your back. So you have to at least remove the threat. But of course, another hero that can go easily towards the backline is that Dun. Actually, Dun, we've seen him in play multiple games right now on this day alone. Rasta is gonna make sure that he's gonna pick the Dun jungle. So it seems like with the intimidate kills that he have here, he's quite used to using Dun as the clash laner, but he needs to switch that up and get a smite for himself as well. But okay, I don't want to use that. I'm gonna go for a Musashi instead to block down projectiles, especially that they have Angela inside. But ooh, Ming, very interesting.
Meow. It's gonna be Ming with a meow in Rasta Pari. I don't want to go Rastafari about this one, but Ming.
Oh,
It can't be heard on your mic, bro.
Okay. The noise cancellation is sucks.
Yeah, I can't hear it, bro. But I don't know if you can hear it. You can hear it, right?
Yeah.
Look
Anyways,
for that one. Yeah, look at that. We have ASG revitalized with the Musashi, and for ZINO Esports, it's gonna be Meng with the meow. You know, with voracious claws on this one. We're still gonna be seeing some battles right here. Like, don't let me come there, bro.
okay.
I might go there.
Okay. Are you a cat in this, guys? But I mean, we are gonna be seeing this main event unfold. We are up here for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. The final match of the night. It is gonna be AXG Revitalize up against ZINO. So this is gonna be an intense battle that we need to watch out for. The question is this gonna be quick or is it gonna be a long game? Are we gonna be seeing some Tempest Dragon to spawn just like that one series that we had? So let's see, because the game is underway. Welcome to Heroes Gorge and welcome to Honor of Kings. Reign Supreme, by the way, see Louis G on the desk.
And would you look at that? It's gonna be AXG trying to get some early position right here for the side for ZINO Esports. Look at that. Bojonks just got the advantage. Yeah, the Bojonks just got the advantage right here for the side for Revitalize. But look at that, they're gonna be getting another. Oh, an STP out.
Yeah.
Camouflage, look at that. Going for the Crimson Golem, a very fast rotation. Now getting an advantage for the Crimson Golem and for the Azure Golem for the other side, for the blue side. Would you look at this? AXG Revitalize in just like 1 minute take most positions out of ZINO Esports. Now having those positions, taking out the objectives, oh, they're gonna be having a hard time to take out its stall because ZINO Esports right here, the Musashi, Neo Z, actually on the other side, just taking that Tusk Boar. And Rasta is having a hard time since low HP, but ZINO Nikon is just in the other side waiting for its best moments, but not able to take one for the damage for Rasta.
No. I mean, for the Rasta, ladies and gentlemen, he still can go. He can still go at it. I mean, he's the lane though, but we can see Arnie right now going in for that clear kill. Leaping Koi died for Luara, but still it will impact, but not enough to hold them into place. But look at this, a developing story in the jungle. Silu, they are trying to go for an invade, but seems like, okay, you cannot touch our lanes. You cannot go towards our lanes. I'm seeing a lot of Lunar New Year skins, by the way. And I honestly, I love these skins. From Zilong to Angela and Dasha, I mean, those skins were lovely.
That is very lovely indeed, because we see Mantis going for the man advantage right there in the side for ZINO Esports. Just they're gonna get that Azure Golem. Ellie is gonna be Yelly, just going for the kill for the Azure Golem, takes it down for the advantage. Look at that, 7k gold lead for the side for AXG Revitalize. For ZINO Esports, unfortunately, they're still gonna be having a farm situation for the jungles, for the camps. Not much for the tier 1 towers. They still have those shields, but look at that.
Oh.
ZINO now having a hard time with the 4v1 situation right there, with just enough for the crowd control going in, but very, very fast, and its feet fleeing on that situation. Cheetah goes down. Oh, look at that. It's actually a chicken. A fried chicken on the corner getting killed. But ZINO Nikon, okay, they're just waiting for the final, for the perfect moment that they can pick it off, actually, Vince G.
They need those. They need to find those perfect moments. I mean, they're just trying to be patient, but seems like Revitalize somehow having that good amount of gold lead earlier. But you can see the Rasta trying to unleash his Meteor Slash, but still not enough to keep him down towards the place. But now, actually with the Mayin, I kind of love his skip. I mean, just look at how he initiates with the vacuum in. He's just gonna try to suck his opponents close, but he went in. He leaps out of action, preventing him to die, preventing him to get caught by ASG Revitalize. But for ASG, still, for ZINO, surprisingly, they are trying to close the gap in terms of like gold.
I actually agree with that because we are seeing Overlord and Tyrant is now spawned in the side for ZINO Esports. A very difficult situation because they're gonna be zoning it in. Revitalize actually has it defeated right now. Musashi taking it. Now they have the advantage with 400 against ZINO Esports. ZINO Esports having a hard time to zone out against AXG Revitalize for the Tyrant. Because it's gonna be a 5-man push for them, you know, and only having like ZINO Esports on the other side. Look at that, Revitalize getting the objectives, gonna be knocked out right here for the side for the ZINO Esports. Now having ZINO Nikon actually, with just Neo Z getting it ganked, but now on the other side goes in, tries to get out. The knocked up comes in. CC immune, everybody not having of those mini clashes. Look at that, 5 game. Right here, Vince G.
No casualties yet, but seems like AXG Revitalize wanted to go for the bigger picture. It's either go for the Overlord, go for their first tower, but ooh, Neo Z here. It's gonna be an easy push, easy take of the Overlord, but what is happening towards the Mai? He is being chased down by AXG.
Oh, first blood! First blood by ZINO. We can actually see the tier 1 tower is destroyed for the side of ZINO Esports. Gonna be a wonderful clash, 5-man shot away, but never mind, it's gonna be 3v2. Neo Z just taking it, chasing down, but for Mantis, would you look at Performax player that's on the back line. ZINO Nikon as well. It's gonna be 3-man push, but look at that. It's gonna be low but defeated. Kaiserello just takes one-on-one, getting traded for the first, but gets a sidestep for the Revitalize against ZINO Esports. Amazing. Just a matter of seconds, we can already see some clashes that get traded off. One tower, and one Overlord, then 1-on-1, but still advantage for Revitalize. Tied odds, but for the gold lead advantage, there's a disparity, Vince G.
Yeah, I mean, there's a disparity when it comes to fight, but somehow even Stevens when it comes to scores. But we have to watch out for objectives. One after one towers, but we can see the initiations coming through.
Coming true indeed, because Performax players are having a hard time. It's going to be a 5-man push round side for AXG right here. It's going to be ZINO Esports with the reinforcements coming in. The support, would you look at that? It's going to be now. Oh, chasing down Mantis takes one, but will you be able to chase it? Look at that, the flip comes in, but the acrobatics is just gonna be enough for it to chase it down.
I mean, with the cartwheel, he almost caught Musashi, but thanks to Ellie ×4, he managed to at least get out to safety because of the distractions with No. But you can see the commitment from No, trying to chase them down. But it's a clear message from Mantis. He's gonna be saying, nah, you cannot come near me. Your guy, your IGN, nah.
Nah, indeed. Very well said there, Vince G, because for AXG now they're gonna be having a 300 lead advantage, but still look at that disparity. They're very close. This is a really close game match, but for the clash lane, look at that. CC comes in, an amazing player coming here from Nana. Look at that, Slash is coming in. The ferocious acrobatics is crucial engage. Look at that, coming from the LZ. Just 3 or 5 seconds of that clash, one gets taken out, which is Mantis. But for AXG having the advantage to push that tier 1 tower, it is now on its half HP. 4v5, everybody. Still at the side, advantage right here for the ZINO Esports.
Advantage still for ZINO, but somehow Elaine or probably Rasta used this opportunity to take down the outer tower in the bot lane. And the economy-wise is still going towards the side of AXG Revitalize. But for ZINO Esports, they're trying to figure out ways on how they're going to be catching up. But of course, with the tower takedowns, courtesy of Rasta, they managed to at least snowball when it comes to the gold lead, the gold advantage that they have. And the only thing that ZINO Esports from Myanmar needs to do is to tighten up their defense and take this Tyrant with them.
Would you look at that now that they have the Tyrant with 2 towers at least for AXG. There's gonna be a approach right here for NeoZ. Knocks up, but never mind. It's gonna be a 3v1. When NeoZ goes down, Mantis takes it home for the win for the team. But Mantis in the other side just farming those minions, not knowing there's gonna be a better position for ZINO Esports to take a retake for that clash. Tier 1 for the ZINO Esports. The tower is now down. Just a matter of like how many minutes. Look at that now. The loss are coming in. Very ferocious, but still lives. Musashi is now down. The Rasta one, but still able to live. Now. Not now. Not now. Not giving. I'm not gonna be down now.
Yeah, now. You cannot touch me. That means you're gonna be having a hard time.
Can touch this.
I mean, just look at no. He is really setting up the plays. He's trying to get caught. He's trying to set up some pretty decent initiation, but if he cannot commit towards that, he bails out. It's very easy for now to bail out because there's a limited count controls when it comes to AXG Revitalize's lineup because they only have Ellie. Of course, Mantis is gonna try to slow him down, but where's the stun coming from? Where's the crowd controls to keep them into play? So that's where the part of the AXG Revitalize that they're struggling. They are they have that quite high amount of damage, but still no lockdowns coming into place.
And actually, I agree with that now. The Overlord and the Tyrant are now enhanced. It's going to be a mini clash happening here for AXG Revitalize. Now having 30k against ZINO Esports with the lead. 2 Tyrants are down. 3 towers are down. Against for the side for ZINO Esports. Look at that. NeoZ just taking down Kaiserwaldo. Look at that. Not having to push it out with ZINO. But still, a wonderful play on that one. Vince G, I can much say for this one. Actually, Revitalize is having a quite good advantage for the Overlord right now.
Whoa, good advantage indeed. But they are.
This is gonna be a 4-man push right here for the Overlord. Wood, look at that. Revitalize is take it. Now, just goes engaging it, but NeoZ is gonna be going down as well as now. Now he is dead. Now he's dead. Now.
He get touched. He get caught, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, AXG Revitalize. You've sang that. I mean, you said they can touch him, but right now they touch him already. I mean, just look how they are trying to at least snowball with that fight. Well, now is waiting for his respawn timer. They are trying to clear out towers after towers, get buffs in their own jungle or on the ZINO side of jungle, and probably control this Shadow Tyrant on their favor.
Now they actually have the Shadow Overlord on their side, and in their hands it's gonna be the Shadow Tyrant not having enough with Rasta going down, providing information, but never mind. Now that they have actually the Shadow Overlord, the Shadow Tyrant in their hands, they actually have the minutes of the buff, especially for the Shadow Overlord to make a split push. Now having the split push for the side for AXG, they have the time to relocate, to reposition, to take a better advantage against ZINO Esports. But ZINO Esports is having a very scattered position right now. Since AXG Revitalize, we can see, look at that. Rasta one is just on the lane. It's just on the bottom lane, just taking the farm, just taking the very wide positions. But the 3 people coming from AXG Revitalize having a better position. Look at that. 2 lanes are split pushing already, Vince G.
Well, 2 lanes being on a split right now, but it seems like they are going in for the chase. They wanted to make sure that the ZINO Esports is not going to come out of their base. But if they do, they made sure that they're going to be getting what they want to. But the defenses were tight still, with the LA attempting to at least tear down the high ground tower, the bot lane. Rasta was forced to retreat because of ZINO Esports' defensive instincts.
I actually agree with that. That is quite actually very accurate, because Revitalize on the other side still taking the matter of those positions against ZINO Esports. So in the situations like this, since your tier 2 is gonna be going down, gonna be Mantis destroying that, not having much quite advantage for ZINO Esports. But still, they're really keeping up a good pace since they are together, battling with those duels and those clashes, but getting a burn. Look at that, Duffy is having a difficult situation with that burn. But for AXG Revitalize, I mean, just a matter of minutes right here, Vince G, because they're really taking their time since they have most of the advantages and objectives.
I mean, they're taking their time, but right now they wanted to at least finish this one. They need to win this fight.
Rasta is having a difficult situation, but look at that. The tower takes it down. It's going to be defeated for the side for ZINO Esports. They're down by 1. Still, ZINO Esports. Look at that. AXG Revitalize actually goes in for a little bit of a clash moment, but ZINO Esports is still strong and healthy in that one. We might see actually that for the both of these teams, having actually to prolong the game, I think we're gonna be seeing another Tempest right here, Vince G.
I mean, for 15 minutes, still, they don't want to at least give their base up. They don't want to at least give the crystal up towards each other still. But for ZINO Esports, they're gonna try to at least work their way towards the Overlord. They need some pushing mechanic, and now launch into the air. ZINO Esports needs to end this quick, or else it's not gonna look good. Zlong here, NeoZ, he secured that Overlord.
Another launch to the air. It's gonna be an airborne right here for the time for HG Revitalize. ZINO Esports might have the Overlord, but look at that. This is AXG taking a quick retake for that one. Now they're still alive and well with 5 on 4 against ZINO Esports. Now the tower, the tier 3 is gonna be going down. It's just a matter of seconds right there. Now they have 4 towers that is destroyed. Very alive and well for the side for AXG Revitalize, but for ZINO Esports, they're having a difficult job to take a retake on this one since they're gonna be going around in rosy against this one since the tyrant is now here again alive and well. They're gonna be taking it since they have the Overlord. It's time for a Revitalize to actually resurrect the powers from behind. Would you look at that? They're still actually in the matter of sense right here, Vince G.
We can see AXG Revitalize working their way towards the river once again. So for them, having to utilize their gold lead compared to ZINO Esports, but you can see how ZINO Esports is resisting towards the push coming from AXG Revitalize. Yes, they already took down the high ground tower at mid, but of course, that's only one super minion. That's not enough to end this game. But for ZINO Esports, seems like late game potentiality, they still can answer to that. Now becoming annoying and hard to get guy. Doffy can easily snowball with the damage. You can like rely on Performax player to have that sustain. And NeoZ here can easily leap down with his spear. And of course, Nikon has the Angela. He like burst them down, but wait a minute. AXG Revitalize wants to introduce themselves.
Would you look at that? Now they're bursting it down very well indeed said by Vince G right over here, because ZINO Esports is actually having a hard time. It's gonna be clashed right here by NeoZ. Well, never mind. From the backlines, it's gonna be a delay. Now just makes a dramatic entrance, but the NeoZ Ferocious Claws getting the Azor Golem, a buff coming from HG Revitalize. 17 minutes in, everybody. Here for the battle for supremacy in the 5v5 Honor of Kings reign supreme. Would you look at that, skins? We have 120 seconds left till the Tyrant or maybe the Tempest gonna go. It's because everybody, Tempest is actually a mix of Overlord and the Tyrant. Having a Tempest is actually like a game ender right here. But for the side for ZINO Esports, one tower is already only one tower you have taken down from the side for Revitalize, but now on the other side, stunned by Mantis. Would you look at that? They're gonna be coming in, taking the tier 3 tower down. The high ground is now exposed except for the top lane. A 1v1 by Ellie but NeoZ not able to connect. But Revitalize is having one of the most difficult situations right here, because it's gonna be very difficult for them to have it around since they have 57 or 7k gold lead. Vince G.
Well, 7k gold lead for XG Revitalize. They can still get the job they can still get the job done. As I've said, as I pointed out earlier, yes, they have that decent amount of damage, but where's the crowd control? Where or when can you lock down the players? So that is quite a challenging moment for AXG Revitalize, because somehow ZINO Esports is kind of like relying and utilizing on that as well. They're not letting ASG Revitalize touch them, because after all, they don't have any kits to lock them down into place. But okay, he got sucked in. The vacuum coming in from the Mayin. Somehow, he's just she introduced herself towards the Dacia. Ellie, but now going towards the. Oh my goodness!
Goodness, indeed, Vince G, because we're gonna be seeing Musashi Demantis just going in, taking it down one by one. It's gonna be a resurrect coming here for Zinodafi, but still gets unstoppable for the side for Casiraldo. Look at the Performax players having a hard time inside for here. Just a matter of minutes, but will it be the final moments right here for ZINO Esports, since Revitalize has the upper advantage? Look at that, taking it down, turrets are down. What a nice, amazing gameplay. Not able to get the Tempest on the revive, but AXG, the sister team for NEXGEN, they have secured themselves here for the quarter elimination, quarterfinals for the Battle for Supremacy Ren Supreme 5v5.
Wow. You can see how determined AXG Revitalize managed to at least play this one out. I mean, for Ellie, he doesn't even need kills. He doesn't need to be eliminated. 9 assists is way too much for Mantis. He managed to build some durable items as the jungler Musashi. For Kaiser, I mean, the amount of crit that this guy has. He has a Doomsday Sage. I mean, he even traded shoes with some Sage and Tuari. And having those pretty decent marksman items, Kaiser Alo, he managed to get back on track. But Rasta have that mix of attack speed and durability for their team. So there you have it, folks. 2 AXG teams will proceed towards the next round. And for AXG Revitalize, congratulations for winning up against ZINO. But for ZINO, congratulations, because you still managed to made it here, made it this far. This might not be your season, but of course there's a lot of opportunities out there, and it might be you guys after the next season. So don't lose hope, and hope to see you guys on the next season.
And would you look at that, now that we've concluded in our final match right here for the Reign Supreme Battle for Supremacy, we're going to be saying some things before we end this broadcast, because this is going to be Team Wallet. And what is Team Wallet, Vince G? Because Team Wallet, you can buy, sell, and trade crypto tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Algo, Solana, and so much more. And it's going to be Supreme ETFs, which is the Supreme exchange traded funds in Team Wallet, because unlike other platforms where you need to download and sign up and separately to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum, because Team Wallet makes it easier and more accessible, very efficient for everyone by saving your time and effort through Supreme ETFs. Because Supreme exchange traded funds in Team Wallet, you can actually purchase the Bitcoin and Ethereum with just one click, because Team Wallet has integrated all these features into a single system, making it more convenient and efficient for its users. So download your Telegram right now and go search for Team Wallet Bot to use its most advantage and convenient tool. And did you know, for Team Wallet, you can actually earn team tokens, because team tokens, you can actually earn them by referring players to join our tournaments to be drafted within its ranks. And these tokens can be converted to cash or used to join upcoming events in Battle for Supremacy. And talking about players to join our tournaments, did you know in Call of Duty Mobile and also in Fortnite, you can also be drafted to be a sponsored player under Battle for Supremacy. So keep dominating the events in Call of Duty Mobile and Fortnite, because this is all available to all the players worldwide. So you might not know, you might get drafted. You might be the sponsored player under Battle for Supremacy. And for talking about Fortnite, everybody, we also have Fortnite V-Bucks. You can use it using BNB, so you can purchase Fortnite V-Bucks and receive the pin real time. Because noting, everybody, all gift cards and prizes need to be claimed by users, because if not, this will be returned to the respective senders back to them. So talking about Fortnite again, are you a Fortnite player itching to compete? We have the tournaments in the works just for you. So be sure to explore our island map, which is Bfstv Red and Blue, to keep yourselves updated, because we have it all in here in our Telegram, which is all Bfstv Fortnite. And would you look at that, Vince G? Now we have our matches finished right here for the day 3. There's still gonna be a day 4, so we're gonna be seeing you more. My name is Sile. This is your bodycaster Vince G. We are casters right here for the Honor of Kings. We're gonna be seeing you more for this series and taking it back. See you some more. Bye bye.